case.
Look at that. That was damn near a photo finish right there. Look, whew, man. Guys were fast. Clark, E.B., Paul, Coffenbaugh. It's one of them NASCAR photo finishes right there. Hello, friends. Whew. Paul, I have no idea of which you speak. What is that reference about? That is the plan. I have a few doctor appointments this week. They will ultimately, in fact, I think the surgeon I meet with today, and he's
That's what I say, Jay. Good morning, Lake City.
Absolutely, Jay. Well, I'm doing my own PT at home, Paula. Got like 7 different exercises that I do. But got pain right here. The arm's moving a lot better. I'm able to extend it out away from the body a little bit, which I couldn't do at all till a few days ago, really. So we'll get it there. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Paul. I mean, I've been able to, do this. So I don't think it's going to freeze. Yes, they did. Thank you, baby Jules.
Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Monday of November. It's an Overreaction Monday. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. That's how we're doing. How was your weekend, Mark?
My weekend was good. Had a little fun. Had to play in a golf tournament on Saturday afternoon, so that was a good time. Missed a little bit of football, but caught up Sunday morning. Taped that Ohio State-Penn State game to rewatch it. Caught the Georgia-Florida game and watched a boatload of football yesterday. So all in all, a terrific weekend. Yourself, David, how'd you make it through the weekend?
I had an interesting weekend because my wife, mother-in-law, who lives with us, and daughter they went to Tampa to go to my brother-in-law's wedding. And so I was alone for 48 hours.
That hasn't happened in a long time.
No, I mean, the last, few weeks since, the arm trouble and the surgery and what have you, I mean, the wife has been, like joined at the hip. And so, I'm not going to lie. It was kind of nice.
How often did she call?
Well, she had to take care of her mom on site in Tampa. So she was busy, but I don't know if she called. There were a lot of texts. There were. Okay, how's it going? What you doing? That sort of deal. Meanwhile, she has treated me like a porcelain doll these past couple of weeks. She hasn't hardly let me walk outside. Like something bad was going to happen. I'm like, you do know I was traveling the country with this bum arm that was in much worse shape than it is now. And I was doing everything, but she, okay, fine. Yeah, she wants to take care of me. Fine, take care of me. They were out of the property's grounds a minute and a half, and I grabbed the keys and we were heading out. I had errands to run, whether I had errands to run or not. Got my hair cut. Okay, Mark, I had places to go and no people to see, but that's okay.
Wait a minute. You got a haircut. Did she notice the haircut when she got back?
The problem was I told her about it. Okay, so she came back. Now, she didn't notice it right away. She noticed it like this morning. Okay, so all day yesterday she missed it. But this morning she noticed. And I did tell her, because she said, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, how am I doing? I went to the bank. I went and got something to eat. I got my hair cut. Went to the pharmacy. She's like, what? I'm like, yeah, all the stuff I haven't been allowed to do. Absolutely.
Broke all the rules.
Totally. And there's nothing you can do about it. So, but also, I loved Saturday. I mean, I love this college football season. I think some people now are disappointed in it. There's too many upsets. Okay, it's starting to look too much like the NFL. I loved Saturday. We've got a handful of big Colorado sports fans in our Twitch chat room. Don't know how it happened, okay, but they are big into everything Colorado. And they've been wanting for a couple of weeks. Dion and them, and we're like, listen, you're in fourth place, okay? And you need a Saturday where all hell breaks loose. Well, guess what? That was Saturday. And now they got a real shot. Okay? Mark, the SEC may devour itself. I mean, 3 weeks ago when Bud Elliott had Indiana in the playoff, he took a lot of grief. And what Bud's trying to say is, I think they're going to go 11-1, and I think the SEC is going to eat itself up, and they're going to have a lot of 9-3, and I think 11-1 is going to go over 9-3. And he's taken a lot of ridicule. Well, guess what? I mean, Mark, Alabama and LSU were playing an elimination game Saturday, and if Georgia beats Ole Miss and Tennessee back-to-back, the SEC is only going to have 3 teams 10-2 or better, especially if Texas beats A&M. I mean, we're not asking. I mean, LSU, Alabama is an elimination game. One of them is going to lose their 3rd game of the year. Texas is going to be favored at A&M. Georgia is going to be favored against Ole Miss and Tennessee. If 3 favorites win, okay, they're only going to have 3 teams 10-2 or better. They going to put a 9-3 SEC team over an 11-1 Big Ten team?
I don't think that they are.
Even though the 11-1 Big Ten team will not have beaten a single team that's ranked. Hell, they may only beat like 4 bowl-eligible teams. That's how weak Indiana's schedule is. But, which is another reason why, Mark, I don't know if I've ever watched, cared about one of these weekly committee half-hour shows. I'm fascinated by what the committee spits out tomorrow. absolutely fascinated.
Well, David, the rankings have bothered me for a long time and how they rank this team ahead of that team and this team beat that team. We've got a team ranked. I don't really get. I shouldn't say that. I sympathize with those doing the rankings this week for the first time ever. If you're doing a top 25 poll, good luck on how to figure out the order of who you're putting where based on what happened Saturday.
Yeah. How about Louisville? Which kind of faded away this season. And we thought, oh, well, season of promise. And guess what? They showed up Saturday and said, oh, no, we're still, no, we're a good football team. We were ranked earlier this year. We could beat Clemson. And that now opens the door for SMU. And that's the only thing that I learned from this weekend also, is when Miller and Moulton agree on a pick, you got to go the other way this year.
Run.
All right.
Run. I've fought, scratched, and clawed my way to one game below 500, only to have it all shrivel up and die over the weekend for me.
Lee Sterling and Mark Miller have had tough weekends. Very tough weekends. Lee got his game of the week right, though. He was all over North Carolina against Florida State. That he got right. Okay, not a lot of other wins between Lee and Mark, and I had a very, in a way, I feel very good about our nation's future. Okay, by what took place on Saturday, and give me a few seconds, I'll explain. But to another degree, I'm a little bothered. Army did not disclose to anyone that their starting quarterback, who went into the weekend leading the nation in rushing touchdowns, was not going to play. Now, as a concerned citizen, I love the fact that Army was able to keep that information to themselves. But as a bettor, I really would like to know that information. So it's good to see that what they're teaching at West Point is taking hold. It is. There is a bigger picture here. Okay, but I was more concerned with the micro than the macro. Okay? And when I found out at kickoff that he wasn't playing, I'm like, well, I don't think I would have laid 21.5. But good on Army. All right. Keeping that in-house. That's kind of what we want. When they go to work, their real job someday, we do want the information to stay in-house. So good for them, not good for me. I loved Saturday. How about Florida? Punching Georgia and punching Georgia and punching Georgia. All right? And if their fighter didn't get hurt, okay, Florida might have won.
They sure might have. Because that kid came in and couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with the pass, and they had nothing. But
no. And that team played.
Well, and they've played hard for him all year. There's no denying they played hard against Tennessee and lost. They played hard against Georgia and lost. There's no denying that Napier's got his team playing hard.
And Carson Beck's going to have some explaining to do. Too jacked up for the game, I guess. Means too much to him. I don't know. He was not good. Kept throwing into coverage when he had guys wide open, like to the, right over there, a guy's open. Just throw it to him. No, you're going to throw it over here? Not a good idea.
Don't really need him to play hero ball with that team.
No.
Find the open receiver, move the ball down the field and win games. You're good enough. Your roster's the best in the country.
So, but I loved it because also it's a rivalry that has not produced a lot of upsets. And so, when Florida was winning, I was like, oh, this could be legendary. Legendary.
But Lagway gets hurt. The offense sputters.
Yeah.
Georgia figures out a way to get it done.
Yeah, they couldn't get the horse to the barn once Lagway got hurt. There's too much time left of the game. It's kind of like a fighter that won 3 of the first 4 rounds and hurts his shoulder in the 5th round. It's like, how many rounds this fight? 12. Blank. Can't shorten it. Can't make it 8. Can't make it 10. No. Damn.
Hearns came out and hit Hagler a few times.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. And then they let Hearns know at the end of round 1, hey, we got 11 more of these. What?
What? Are you
seriously?
kidding?
I don't think so. But I loved Saturday. And I know Sunday has a theme, more heartbreak for the state of Florida. We'll get to that. But I don't know. I was fired up by Saturday, what it produced, and what the possibilities are now for the rest of November.
And what it did to the SEC. So for all of you that hate the SEC out there, you're licking your chops because they're in a position where they could have a bunch of 9-3 teams.
Uh-huh. Yep. Now, hey, we know this committee can do what they want. I mean, they can keep unbeatens out and put in one-loss teams. I mean, we know anything's possible, but we'll see.
These games, however, are aired at the ESPN family of networks, which does mean something.
It probably does. This just in, IU basketball, ratings generator. IU football, not so much. Miller and Moulton. Hope you had a terrific weekend. And thanks for starting your week off with us. Miller and Moulton and millerandmoulton.com.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now, ambient, okay, you're an adult. You can do whatever you'd like. I just want to let you know, my mother called me about you. Okay, my mother called me about you, ambient. She doesn't like all your cursing in the Twitch chat room. All right. My mother is threatening to jump in, ambient, okay, and come after you. So, and we can't have that. All right. I mean, she's threatening to Jason Kelsey you. Grab your cell phone and smash it, I think. So I'm okay. I can handle the wrath of Mama Moulton. I handled it growing up. I prefer to take the wrath of Mama Moulton, though, when I'm the one that is producing it. Not crazy about taking the wrath of Mama Moulton because of you, but, But yeah, Irish football, I thought about you. Remember, we talked about it last week. They needed two things to happen. They both happened Saturday. How real? It's very simple. If they win out and Kansas State beats Iowa State the final game of the regular season, CU goes to the conference title game. My understanding is right now, CU is third. They're tied with Iowa State, but for whatever reason, Iowa State's ahead of them in the standings. So my assumption right now is if BYU and Iowa State win out, Colorado can't make the conference title game. But Iowa State's got Kansas State the final game of the regular season. So take care of business. And then you need one thing to go your way. Take it easy, Irish. Get to the Big 12 title game first. But boy would ESPN love for them to represent the Big 12. I think Big 12 would like it too. Although they wouldn't mind a 13-0 BYU. Don't laugh. BYU brings an audience.
They've got their own religion.
Exactly. Like I said, they bring an audience. Don't get me going on Matthew Stafford.
Don't get me going on 2 plays to make 1 yard and they can't get a yard. Are you kidding me?
Are we talking Penn State?
No, Seattle.
Oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll get back to Saturdays in a moment. So much to talk about and digest that we haven't even touched upon yet. But to Sunday we go. A really good day for home teams. So far this week, they're 10-4. Heading into tonight, Tampa Bay at Kansas City, in which the Chiefs are heavily favored to make it 11-4 for home teams straight up. Also, a very good week so far for favorites. Favorites are 10-4 against the number. So does that mean the Chiefs cover the 9 tonight? You decide. But Mark, when you play your best game of the year and lose, and your record's 2-6, where do you go from there?
To the phones and start trading players, David.
Whew.
Time to find some draft picks. Time to start getting rid of some players that people might want that you're not going to have for very long because your season's over. And they played hard yesterday.
They
but
did.
That doesn't matter on Sundays. What matters is winning.
They played hard and they played well, although without 4 defensive starters, they couldn't get a stop of Josh Allen of any kind when they needed it in the second half. Listen, ultimately, it wouldn't have made any difference, so we think, because of how it played out. But when the Dolphins scored with under 2 minutes to go, did you want them to go for 2?
Yes.
I did too.
Yes. You and I have believed this for a long time on Saturdays more than Sundays, but I didn't think they were winning in overtime.
I didn't either. I thought that, take your shot here. I mean, Tua had 3 incompletions on the day. I mean, they didn't have trouble moving the ball. I'm like, man, I'm going. Now, I know it wasn't going for the win because there was a minute 45 or something like that left. And, now does Bass make the 61-yarder if they're trailing 28-27? A little more pressure on that kick. I mean, you could argue he's kicking with house money from 61 in a tie game. I mean, the game is literally on his foot if they're down 28-27. But on the road, undermanned, okay, and I'm like, oh, man, come on. One play from the 2, and I know it's not for the win, but, it's put you in position for the win. Our friend, the Bills fan, okay, text me and was like, I was afraid. He said, I was afraid they were going to go for 2 because I thought they'd make it.
I had a friend over yesterday who was worried he couldn't see because I think the lines were on regular TV, but he knows I have the package and literally texted me a week ago. He says, I'm coming over Sunday for Lions Packers. I'm bringing steaks. Invited himself a week ahead of time.
Okay.
That's fine by me.
Sure.
And sitting there with him, I'm like, you got to go for 2. You got to go for 2. And they didn't. Now, like you said, I don't know if it matters in the end.
Don't know if it does either. I mean, the Bass's 61-yarder might have been even more dramatic. Plus the Bills might have stopped them. And then, McDaniel would have been criticized in many circles. What are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It was one of those times in which I just thought, if you score here, I think I'm going for 2. So that's one thing that we hadn't talked about that I wanted to talk about. Detroit's the best team in the NFC, aren't they?
Yes.
The Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFC.
Jared Goff, who cannot play outdoors, who certainly cannot play in the elements, went out and completed the majority of his passes again yesterday, and they have a team that's actually built. Their offense is actually built for the weather they played in yesterday.
Yeah. Best offensive line, arguably, in the league. They can play power ball control football. Goff's become a very accurate passer, so they can just keep moving the chains. I mean, what was he, 11 for his first 11 or 12 for his first 12, something like that? I mean, when you got Tom Brady phoning all over you, I mean, this just in, he was a pretty accurate quarterback and pretty good. So, wow. And also, let's be honest, have we ever, and I mean ever, even, Barry's 91 team that went to the NFC Championship game, the high-flying teams for the rest of the 90s there, even with, Billy Sims and company, they started 5-0 one year, I think in 1980 or 81. But has there ever been a moment, and I mean one moment, where we thought the Detroit Lions were the best team in the conference?
No.
No.
Not in my lifetime, David.
No. And you're in
no.
You're in your mid-50s.
Right.
No, I never. And they're just going about their work. Kind of like, yeah, we're good. We know it. And now you guys all know it. And we got stuff we got to accomplish, man. So On to the next week. And now reportedly they're going to start adding defensive players. Go for it, man. Go for it. Go get everybody. Go get, hell, go get the corner from New Orleans while you're at it. Seriously. Go trade half a draft. Go. Absolutely. Load up. Act like the Yankees or the Dodgers, for goodness sakes. Load up.
And I've said it before, and I know others have said it. I don't know if you could go into a lab and create a better coach for a city
Than the biting knees guy?
Than the biting knees guy.
Tell you what, they win the final game. He's getting the statue.
You're damn right.
It's not going to be golf. It's not going to be St. Brown. It's not going to be, I'm telling you, they win that final game. He going to get the statue.
You're damn right. And they may just have a knee. It may be him holding someone's leg, taking a bite out of a kneecap.
Right.
Just to remind everybody how this whole thing started.
But man, IU football is what? What are they? 9-0, 10-0? What?
9-0.
9-0, first time ever, and the Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFC. Honestly, I'm like checking my pulse. Am I like alive? Is this really happening? Wow. Whew. Amazing.
And Indiana
stuff.
starts with their game on Saturday and just spots Sparty a 10-0 lead. Like, here it is.
Right.
Here's the game where it all happens.
Yep.
They're down 10-0.
Yep.
I think Indiana just scored again.
Yep. 41 unanswered or something like that. Man. I love stories like this. I do. Even these are not my teams. I don't care. Because you know my feeling, Mark. Everybody deserves a parade. Now, you don't deserve more than one. Okay? If more than one happens, great. But everybody deserves one. So I am loving the hell out of this. And then Trevor Lawrence and the Jags. Golly. They're on the verge. They're gonna come from 22-0 down. They're going to beat the Eagles on the road. This is going to be one of the 10 best wins in franchise history. They're down the 13-yard line. They got plenty of time, too. Minute 45 or something like that. Oh, they're fine. Hell, they can run the ball. They got so much time. Intercepted. Oh, no.
Trevor doing Trevor things, David.
He was, for an hour, he was brilliant. For an hour and a half, he was awful. For an hour, he was brilliant. And then, blank.
The tale of two Trevors. Seems to be a tale every week, David. The starting five is next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000
Do you have
now.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, 95 ambient. Jags' first season was 95 for them in Carolina. So this the 30th season, I think, for both franchises. Because they both made the conference title game in their second year in 96. Is that a prediction, Shimko? No, they're not firing Lincoln Riley. Here is something to pay attention to, though. USC's recruiting class is sticking together. Okay. Now, he's got the rivalry game with UCLA, and he's got Notre Dame here. But no. Just, they're not firing him. Well, it seems like a lot, Palkowitz, because the Chiefs have won so many games by 7 or less. Plus, you can have the backdoor cover like the week before when they had a 14-point lead on the Raiders, and the Raiders scored late to lose by 7. So it does seem like a lot. Yeah, apparently turnout's pretty good. Long lines most everywhere this weekend. Which is good. I want everyone voting. Well, the real problem is going to be that there's some key states who aren't going to have their vote totals tomorrow night. You know, they won't have their vote totals for 1 to 3 days. That's what's going to drive everybody crazy.
Pennsylvania, Georgia.
Yeah. You know, they haven't taken the steps that Florida took after, our little fiasco in 2000. EA's terrific. She's so cool.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour on Overreaction Monday, the first such one of November. Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for starting your week off with us. I hear it's a big week this week. Is that because the first college football playoff poll is coming out tomorrow? Is that it?
I think that's it, David. I think that's that's the big week.
Is it because the baseball general managers meetings are getting underway later today? Is that the reason it's a big week? Is it the NFL trade deadline being tomorrow?
Really just go baseball general managers meetings?
Listen, first off, you do everything in threes. Okay, you need 3 bullet points. And so I needed a third bullet point, and I didn't want it to be the last one. I didn't want to end with the weakest bullet point. I probably should have started with it and gotten stronger with every bullet point. Okay, but so you got the college football playoff poll. The committee is going to do their first poll tomorrow. All right, you got baseball general managers meetings beginning today, and the trade deadlines tomorrow afternoon in the NFL. So you got so that's why it's a big week this week, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure
at least on this show, David.
I was going to say, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. Time now for
Here is the starting 5.
Man, they press a lot of buttons in the weekend around here.
So you're saying that was playing and I couldn't hear it?
Exactly.
Gotcha.
A lot of buttons get pressed that don't need to be pressed.
We'll start with the NFL. Second week in a row, Dolphins lose on the last second kick. Tyler Bass, 61-yard field goal, 5 seconds to go. The Bills own the Dolphins. And I'll tell you what, if you're an old Bills fan, all right, this is payback. All right, what you're doing to the Dolphins now is what Shula and the boys did to you guys all through the 70s into the 80s, isn't it? All right, this is payback. Buffalo 30-27. They're 7-2. The Dolphins are 2-6. Jacksonville down 22-0. Game's over. 2 scores in 14 seconds to cut it to 6. Then they're driving at the end. They're on the 13-yard line. 1st and 10. They're going to score. They're going to take the lead. They're going to steal a huge win, turn their season around. Trevor Lawrence intercepted in the end zone by Nakobe Dean. Eagles hold on 28-23. I got to admit, I love the Eagles in their green jerseys and green helmets.
Oh, they looked good.
Don't they?
They look so good in the Kelly green.
Oh, man. Got to wear those.
First thing, I mean, watching Saquon make that jump, I'm like,
Yep.
man, that looked even better in the Kelly green.
I absolutely love them in that look. Falcons effectively ending the Cowboys season, right? I mean, Dallas now 3-5. Dak's hurt. Atlanta proves to 6-3. They're in commanding position in the NFC South with a 27-21 win over the Cowboys. Cowboys have what? Eagles, Texans. I mean, this is a tough stretch for them, and they are banged up. The game of the day was supposed to be at Lambeau, and it was going okay. It was 10-3, final seconds of the first half, and Jordan Love tried to make a play. Yeah, it was raining. Come on, guys. It wasn't going to happen. Intercepted, returned for a touchdown, 17-3 Lions at the half. Yeah, you could turn it off after that. Detroit 24-14. Lions are 7-1. And they have a game lead over the Vikings and a 2-game lead in the loss column over the Packers in the North. Speaking of the Vikings, Sam Darnold, big second half, 3 touchdown passes. Minnesota held off Flacco and the Colts 21-13. Jaden Daniels taking care of the Giants once again. Giants couldn't get a stop when they needed it. Hell, they forced 2 punts in 2 games against the Commanders this year. Washington improves to 7-2 with the 27-22 win over the G-Men. Pat Kerwin was all over this result. He said, I am really worried about the Bears. And he gave a real-life example. He was with the Jets in 1994, and we had a big game at home against Marino and the Dolphins. And Marino did the fake spike and hit Clayton for the touchdown. And it won the game for them, and we lost the rest of the year. Jets went from 6-5 and playing for first place to 6-10. And he was very fearful that the Hail Mary and the controversy around it could really snowball for the Bears. Well, the Arizona Cardinals are on a roll. They've won 4 in a row, and they took care of the Bears 29-9. How confused were you when you heard the reports of hail in the Arizona-Chicago game?
David, I had it on because I have the package. So it's one of the games that I put on, and it's raining inside the stadium. Going, what the hell is going on?
Well, right. I know. I'm like, wait a minute. I've been there. Okay. It's a dome. It's just, why is it open? And then wait a minute. It's hail? It's hail. Do they not have weather people? They didn't know this was coming? How is it open? Unbelievable. I mean, that's
for Chicago, like first the Hail Mary and then the hail.
Well played, sir. Well played. Terrific game in Seattle. You know, Geno Smith and the boys are going in. They're going to take the lead in the fourth quarter. 103-yard pick six by the Rams. They have a 20-13 lead. Geno says, that's okay. I'll come back. I'll get the score. Final seconds. We'll go to overtime. Matthew Stafford said, enough of this. Touchdown pass, 39 yards in OT. Rams 26-20 over the Seahawks. Rams are 4-4.
Well, and after the Rams had 2 stops, 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 in overtime on Seattle. And Seattle doesn't get the first down, turns the ball over on downs, and Stafford goes from there.
Yep.
What a catch to win that game, too, by Robinson.
Tremendous.
What a catch.
Tremendous. Remember, good Jameis, bad Jameis. You had really good Jameis the week before. What'd you think you were going to get yesterday? Yeah, 46 attempts. That's not ideal. 3 picks. Chargers 27-10 over the Browns. The Broncos stepped up in weight class. All right, we all knew that was going to be the case. We were curious, how's the cruiserweight going to do against the heavyweight? Turns out, not so well. Lamar with 3 touchdown passes. Derrick Henry with 2 more TD runs. Baltimore 41-10 over Denver. Joe Burrow threw 5 touchdown passes, and he looks as annoyed as a human being can be playing as well as he is throwing 5 touchdown passes. 41-24, Bengals over the Raiders, who fired their offensive coordinator. Tennessee in overtime, I guess somebody had to win the game between the Titans and the Patriots. Although the final play of regulation where Drake May hit the tying touchdown was absurd. I mean, that was a playground play. It was ridiculous. Carolina beat the Saints. What the heck? 23-22. Both teams are now 2-7. Mark, there are 9 teams in the league with 2 wins. 7 of them are 2-7. 2 of them are 2-6. 9 teams right now competing really hard for the number 1 overall pick in the draft. We got a lot of bad teams in the NFL.
Yes, we do. And there's who are we fighting for first overall? I mean,
I don't know. College football, the polls are out, but these don't count anymore. Beginning tomorrow, that's the poll that counts. It's the College Football Playoff Committee poll. That comes out tomorrow. For what it's worth, in the AP and the coaches, the top 5 is identical. Oregon, number 1. Georgia, Ohio State. I thought Ohio State was going to leapfrog Georgia, but Georgia held on close in both polls. Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State. Miami, 4th in both polls. Got to go back to 2017 when they got as high as number 2. The last time Miami was ranked this high. And Texas is number 5. Notre Dame, for what it's worth, 10th in the AP, 8th in the coaches. Baseball free agency begins today at 5 o'clock. The most interesting thing to pay attention to are the Yankees going to offer an extra year at $36 million for Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole had an opt-out in his contract. He exercised it. He had 4 years left at $36 million a year. He and Scott Boras are gambling that by opting out, the Yankees will not want to lose him and keep him by extending his contract for 1 more year at $36 million. The Yankees may also go, really? 5 for $180 for a guy who's 34 years old, and we maybe need that money for Juan Soto? Very interesting what the Yankees do in the next 9 hours about Garrett Cole. GM meetings get underway today. They handed out gold gloves yesterday in baseball. Chris Sale, who's going to win the Cy Young, won his first gold glove as well. That's a pretty good, and he'll probably win comeback player of the year too. Pretty good year for the lefty. NASCAR, Ryan Blaney wins at Martinsville. So he secured the 3rd of the 4 playoff spots, and then William Byron ended up getting the final one when they ruled that Christopher Bell's pass was illegal. So it's Joey Logano, Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, William Byron for the championship next week in Phoenix. Ross Chastain finished 8th. Hey, the college basketball season tips off today and tonight. Ready or not? Hey, hockey and NBA have already started. Why not college hoops? Got a lot of action in state. South Florida and the Gators are getting it on in Jacksonville. Florida's nationally ranked this year. A&M's playing UCF. Duke Cooper Flagg, the kid from Maine, he's going to start his career by playing, the hometown college, Maine. In the A-Sun, you got JU, North Florida, FGCU, North Alabama, all in action. And so, there you go. Florida State's in action, taking on Northern Kentucky. Women's hoops gets underway tonight as well. This is going to shock everybody. South Carolina's the number 1 team in the country. Wow. Who saw that coming? NBA, 3 games last night. Pistons went into Brooklyn, won their 2nd game of the year, beat the Nets by 14. This just in, the Orlando Magic might really struggle without Paolo. They've lost 3 in a row without him. Dallas beat them by 23 last night, 108-85. They're 3-4. He's going to miss 6 more weeks. They could end up having to just scrape in the play-in.
You got that right.
This is
Take
a problem.
30 points a night out of the lineup. That hurts.
And Atlanta beat the shorthanded Pelicans 126-111. 7 games in the NHL last night. Tied at 4 in the 3rd. Winnipeg scored and then added 2 empty netters to beat the Lightning 7-4. Panarin with 2 goals for the Rangers, 5-2 over the Islanders. Swayman, 23 saves and a 2-0 shutout over Seattle. That's Boston 2-0 over the Kraken. Ovechkin scored number 860. He's 35 away from passing Gretzky. Carolina doubled up Washington, however, 4-2. Wild beat the Leafs 2-1 in overtime. Draisaitl's picking it up. No McDavid. He's carrying the Oilers 4-2 over Calgary. And Bedard kid's pretty good. He had 3 helpers in Chicago's 4-2 win over Anaheim. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. Although it ended up being more than 5 because college hoops is starting today.
Can't wait for that.
Well,
I will say a couple of followers that we follow on Twitter, they get so excited. Like the John Fantas of the world are so geeked up over it. You get excited over opening night. So I'm sure tune in to a game or 2 tonight.
I have to admit, it's not often that we in the media do anything, productive? I mean, do we really contribute to society? Yeah, we inform, we entertain a little bit. But Jeff Goodman, who's a national college basketball writer, he and his little media outlet, which is the Field of 68, they threw some money, and they've got that beautiful arena in South Dakota that holds like 8,000, and they actually put a little tournament together to kick off the college basketball season. They're going to play 2 afternoon games today. So, I applaud him and what they're doing. He's trying to put some nice, sexy matchups together and make college basketball, a little bit better. And yeah, good for him and them. And so college hoop starts today and tonight, if you're interested.
The one good thing about college hoops is it never lacks for matchups. College teams are not afraid to play one another in college basketball. We get tremendous matchups, particularly in the early part of the season. So that is always a positive for that sport.
Be an emotional game for South Florida, their first one without their head coach who passed away a couple of weeks ago. They're in Jacksonville. The Gators always try to play. They'll play a baseball game in Jacksonville. We know about the football game. They're playing a men's basketball season opener tonight in Jacksonville against South Florida.
Ooh, that'll be a tough one for the Bulls, no doubt.
Yes, it will. Best Gators team in the preseason anyway in about 5-6 years. So
see if the preseason means something for the regular season.
And the Gators have a 7-9 freshman. 7-9. Yikes. Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Quincy Jones has died.
What's that?
Quincy Jones died.
Oh, I thought I saw him trending on Twitter. I was hoping that wasn't the case. That's too bad.
91.
Yeah, I mean,
Right. You know what's funny about John Fanta? He's also a diehard Cleveland Browns fan. So half his posts are, the new phone books are here, the new phone books are here. But man, his Sunday, late afternoon, early evening Browns posts have been so painfully spectacular this year. He just goes on a 2 to 3 minute diatribe every Sunday. This week, he's actually dressed and he's got a brown shirt on with the helmet logo right here.
I tell you what, the one thing Pat's instilled in my head, it's the owner. It's the owner on down. When did Detroit change? When she took over.
Yep. Now, the move raising the ticket prices like she did, that was BS.
It was.
That was BS. But hiring Brad Holmes and letting him hire Dan Campbell and having the guts to do the Stafford trade. By the way, that trade's worked out for both teams.
It can happen, David.
I mean, McVay was convinced he couldn't win a Super Bowl with Goff. Now, when Goff wins the Super Bowl, okay. But McVay won a Super Bowl with the guy that he felt he needed to win a Super Bowl with.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is Overreaction Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. First such Monday of November. We hear it's a big week this week. All right. Must be because the NFL trading deadline is tomorrow. The first college football, playoff, who would be in if the season, ended. That comes out tomorrow. Hell, baseball general managers getting together. All sorts of stuff's going to happen. It never does. So, we got a lot going on this week.
It used to with the baseball GMs getting together. They used to get a lot done. They don't get nearly as much done as they used to, David.
No, I don't even know why they meet, especially now with Zoom and all. Texting and, just stay home. Got
It
work
used to
to
be
do.
the face-to-face time. That's when they'd get things done. But now they can have face-to-face time all the time.
Not only that, it used to be a bunch of old men who sat around, they smoked, they drank. How about we trade Ted Williams for Joe DiMaggio, that type of stuff. Now, man, it's a bunch of guys, 36 to 48 years old. They're all skinny. They work out. I mean, they don't smoke. They don't drink. I mean, as Adam Ant once said, don't drink, don't smoke. What do you do? I mean, least you can do is make some deals for us sports fans. But how about that little reference, huh? What's
Very
that about?
good, David. I'm impressed.
What's that about? 40 years?
Yeah, very early 80s MTV video there.
That's my ute, Mark. That's my ute. All right. Listen, I drive the bus a lot on this show. I'm curious. What had you most fired up from the weekend? Saturday or Sunday? Go.
Well, the Lions going into Lambeau and winning had me fired up. But Saturday, I'm with you, Dad. All the upsets, David. To see the college football world get turned on its ear on Saturday, and now even more teams. We entered with about 30, 35 teams having a shot at the playoff. I think we added to that number on Saturday.
How much better do you think Indiana's chances are to make the playoff now? Let's just say they do what the Vegas says they should do the rest of the year. They're 9-0. They're hosting Michigan this week. By the way, first administration reference of the show and week, by the way, is coming up. Indiana favored in football over Michigan. Mark, last time it happened, take a guess. Yeah, last time it happened.
I'm going to say, I don't know if they played that year, but when I was a freshman in college in 1987, David, Michigan State played Indiana for the Big Ten title. And, due to losses. And so but I don't think Michigan would have been an underdog to Indiana. I'm going to go the Ford administration.
You know what? Earlier, not in your lifetime. How about that? Last time Indiana was a betting favorite over Michigan in a football game, 1968. Hello. The Lyndon Johnson administration.
Wow.
Yes. Last time that what is going to take place this coming Saturday is going to take place. So if Indiana does what they're supposed to do, beat Michigan, lose to Ohio State, beat Purdue, they're 11-1. Here's the problem for the SEC. The problem is if Georgia is a John Deere tractor, in all seriousness, if you're an SEC fan, you need Georgia to lose one of these next two games. Because if Georgia beats Ole Miss and Tennessee, well, then they both have 3 losses. Alabama and LSU are playing Saturday. One of them's going to have 3 losses. And then Texas A&M play at College Station. If A&M doesn't win, they'll have 3 losses. If they only have 3 teams that are 10-2 or better, how many teams are they going to get in the playoff? Mark? 11-1 Indiana, the best 9-3 SEC team you pick out of the lot. Who's going to get that bid?
Alabama.
Okay. And listen, I'll tell you what, you picked the right team. If
Alabama,
LSU
I wasn't,
because they beat Georgia. I mean, you did pick the right team. They got the best win, and Indiana will not have a win over, anyone of substance.
Look, I know a 12-1 Miami would get in before an 11-1 Indiana. But I'm trying to figure out how much difference there is between Miami and the Hurricanes right now. What's the Hurricanes' best win?
Okay.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out the
non-conference. They played the Gators, but obviously,
or is Louisville their best win?
Well, and it looks better after what Louisville just did to Clemson.
And I know Indiana doesn't have a signature win really of sorts. They would, because they've not played anybody and it's not their fault. But they have looked as complete of a team as there is out there.
Yeah, the first 8 games of the year they hadn't trailed. Then
And they
felt-
finally trailed and racked off 47 straight or whatever it was against Sparty.
Right. By the way, Indiana sent out a post that said, well, I guess we know what'll happen once we finally trail in a game. I mean, they're feeling it. And listen, it's not Indiana's fault that the middle of the Big Ten has gone in the tank. That's not IU's fault. I mean, listen, Indiana was preseason picked what? 14th, 15th, 16th in the Big Ten? But anyway, then there's the Big 12. Dion and the Buffaloes. They got a real shot to make the Big 12 title game after this past Saturday. Texas Tech beating Iowa State. Kansas State losing. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. This sucker's wide open now. Oh, tell me the Big 12 and ESPN are not begging for Dion and the Buffaloes to at the very least make the Big 12 title game, if not win it and make the playoff.
I do have to correct you. Tennessee can lose to Georgia and still only have 2 losses. Tennessee 7-1.
So they only have 1 loss?
They only have 1 loss.
Oh, my apologies.
No problems.
Okay. Well, then that's big though.
Yes.
Okay.
Tennessee 7-1.
Gotcha. My bad. That's important. 10-2. And this is what it could come down to, by the way. Let's just say Georgia does their thing and they beat Ole Miss and Tennessee the next 2 weeks. That'll be a 3rd loss for Ole Miss, right?
Right.
And then Tennessee will, in theory, finish 10-2. Although, by the way, Tennessee ends the year with
Vandy.
That's nationally ranked Vandy to you, ladies and gentlemen. But, Mark, if it comes down to 10-2 Tennessee, 11-1 IU for that final wild card spot, and that looks like right now, based on betting favorites, but we just saw this past weekend what good that means. But 10-2 Tennessee, 11-1 IU. Now,
Tennessee would get in.
I think they would. I mean, what wins against, the Alabama win would go a long way. What's their non-conference win that they had early in the year?
NC State, right?
So, I mean, that's okay. That's not great. It's all right. Decent. But, I mean, that's probably what it'd come down to.
Tennessee, Vandy. Tennessee's got to win to get into a playoff. That would be something.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? How about Vandy having beaten the 2 Alabama schools this year? Vandy is ranked in football. Indiana's 9-0 in football. Army is undefeated in November in football. And the Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFC. What in the blank is going on? I love it. Okay. Now let's talk about a sore subject for a lot of you. Let's talk about Penn State. Whew.
I don't know what. Look, I get it. I understand if you're a fan of a team, you expect certain things. But when your payroll is half of the team that you're playing, I don't know what you expect. You're not as good as Ohio State. You're just not.
Well, you're not as talented. I'll give you that. But when you get a pick 6,
yeah,
all right, and put it this way, when you're first and goal at the 3 twice and you get nothing to show for it, you feel as if you had the game in your hands and you screwed it up, number one. But the last first and goal at the 3, because the first one was just a bounce and an amazing play by the Buckeyes DB. But so they get the ball to their best player, and he takes it down to the 3. So they run 4 plays from the 3. How come they never included their best player?
Don't know. What did they end up going? 1 of 4 in the red zone?
Yeah. First time, by the way, they didn't score an offensive touchdown in a game in over 10 years. why did they not put the ball in number 44's hands? Somebody help me out there. He's your best player. I mean, has anybody ever at Penn State ever heard of the think players, not plays? I mean, anybody? Hello? First and goal at the 3. You ran direct snaps to him earlier in the game when you had 3rd and goal just outside the 1. Do you think about maybe direct snapping it to him, run him off tackle? Don't run it up the middle. You just tried that twice. You gained 4 feet. I mean, help me out here. And by the way, why are you throwing the ball 4th down for the 1? Okay, snap the ball to number 44, damn it. Make them stop him. I didn't get the play calling at the end. All the credit to Ohio State. By the way, the whole Ohio State's not tough enough storyline, what are you all going to do with that? Look at how they played Saturday. And then took the ball on the 1 and ran it how many straight times? 12? Right up Penn State's you-know-what to run that game out. Yeah. Now, Ohio State out-tough Penn State, I'll tell you that. Don't say Ohio State's not tough enough. You want to criticize them for something? Find something else. Pick on Ryan Day again, but they're tough enough.
And Penn State still can be a playoff team. And that might be the bar for the Nittany Lions. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now Spitz, he's a rookie. All right. He can grow out of things. That's been his body language, though, in his young career. But yeah, it's Irish football. I'm not being a jerk here, but for Jason Kelsey, for James Franklin, for unfortunately, and to a much smaller degree, Miller and Moulton have had to realize this. I mean, when you do things in the public eye, it's usually overwhelmingly positive reaction. But there is a downside to it, and it will find you. And unfortunately, whether it's fair or not, you just have to swallow hard and keep going. You do. Now, I'll say this, Kelsey slamming the guy's phone. That's probably, if he's going to get any blowback, it's not going to be for that. It's going to be what he said to him afterwards. But unfortunately, fair or not, you just have to, you got to take it. It comes with the territory, unfortunately. You go back to your office and you dial up your bank account on your app and you stare at it for a few seconds. It'll make you feel better. I mean, we have a joke on this show. Mark did it in our first act. We would get really negative texts, and Mark would respond, "Thanks for listening."
Thinking about sending one this morning, as a matter of fact.
And that's what you do. You just, thanks for listening. Twitch started second act, right? Or second or third act, Twitch.
Second?
Had to be second, right?
Second.
Yeah. I will not try the chicken Big Mac, okay? In theory, I find it repulsive. I went to the drive-thru over the weekend. I saw the advertisement for it. It disgusted me.
Well, do you like the Big Mac?
I'm okay with the Big Mac. I don't love the Big Mac. I never order the Big Mac.
Yeah, I never liked the Big Mac. I mean, when I did fast food, I never liked the Thousand Island dressing on my hamburger. So I'm a quarter pounder with cheese guy at McDonald's.
Right. I am too, or a double cheeseburger. Do you know what they gave me, which I have never ordered? They made a mistake. I ordered a quarter pounder with cheese because that's what I order. They gave me the double quarter pounder.
Don't like it as much as the regular.
I don't either, but I went, huh. Now, I will say they charged me for it. I realized that afterwards. I went, made a mistake here. But so, I inhaled it. But as I'm inhaling it, I'm going, I think I like the regular one better.
It's a bun to burger ratio thing, David.
And the double one is messy. Man, is it
Yes.
messy. I got to drive while eating. I don't pull over. So I can't have it be messy.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's on Overreaction Monday, brought to you in part by American Paint Supplies, proud sponsor of our hotline. American Paint Supplies, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. So, I have to do this. I do. And I mean, I have to do this. I feel contractually obligated to do this. A, because I like it. B, because I know how much it disgusts you.
If the playoffs started today,
in the NFC, the Lions would be the 1 seed. The Commanders are the 2. The Falcons are the 3, and the Arizona Cardinals at 5-4, having won 4 in a row, lead the NFC West. Your wild cards are Minnesota, Philadelphia, Green Bay. Boom, boom, boom. So your playoff matchups would be Minnesota at Arizona, Philly at Atlanta, Green Bay at Washington. Hello.
How many of the current division leaders win their division?
2.
Arizona does not,
And Washington.
and
does.
Washington does not.
Right. And that's in my estimation.
I would agree with that.
Eagles tied with the Commanders in the loss column. Washington has won. And Washington's going to play Philly twice. And Dallas twice, for that matter. But
I don't know if it matters playing Dallas twice. They're bad.
well, and they might be getting them at the right time of the year when they get them. This might benefit Washington getting them when they do. Dallas could be dispirited, and goodness knows they're injured. I mean, their 2 best players on the field Sunday, one left. They both had to leave the game with injuries. One came back for 1 play, CeeDee Lamb. And if the playoffs started today in the AFC, Mark, Kansas City, of course, undefeated, the 1 seed. Buffalo, the 2. Steelers, the 3. Houston, the 4. Baltimore, the 5. The Chargers, 6. Denver, 7th. That's 3 playoff teams from the AFC West. Because remember, there's only 7 teams above 500 in the AFC. So right now you're chasing the Broncos. If you're the Jets, if you're the Dolphins, if you're the Bengals, the Colts. But I mean, for those teams that right now, Jacksonville, who seem hopelessly out of it, you're chasing Denver, who has Kansas City and Atlanta on the schedule the next 2 weeks. So will Denver be 5-6 2 weeks from now? We pointed this out a couple weeks ago, this 3-game stretch for the Broncos, and we said they need to get one of them because after that, the schedule softens up.
Well, the Bengals and the Broncos play second to last game of the season. Seems like that will be a wild card play-in game.
Winners in, losers out. Where is
Because
it, by the way?
It is in Cincinnati.
Okay.
But the Bengals, who have just got done,
Whooping the Raiders.
yeah,
They're 4
now
and
have
5.
the Ravens on the road and the Chargers on the road the next couple of weeks.
Correct. Yep. So tough stretches for both Denver and Cincinnati there battling for the final playoff spot. So your matchups, by the way, would be Baltimore at Houston, Chargers at Steelers, Broncos at Bills. And right now, if you're a Bills or Steelers fan, I think you'd love those matchups. You'd be like, okay, let's do this. If you're a Texans fan, it'd be like, really? Get the Ravens? Well, that sucks. And we win, we get Kansas City most likely? Damn. I don't know. Kind of like last year's playoff draw, a little better. So thank you, Mark, for indulging me.
No, I knew it was coming.
Right.
How many wins is it going to take to get the wild card in the AFC? 9?
I think so. I think it's going to be a 9-8 tiebreaker. I do. And that's why I think the Colts, despite the loss last night at 4-5, are still very much in play with Flacco. It's also why, if I'm right, and it will be the right combination of 9, then it is possible for one of the 2-win teams. Although the Jets just picked up their 3rd win, but you know what I mean. If 9-8 is what you need, you can get there from 3-6. It's not easy, but you can afford 2 losses. It's tough to see a team playing half a season and only losing 1 game. There's only 2 teams in the entire league who have been able to do it so far, Detroit and Kansas City. But, how good do we think the Washington Commanders really are? Well, they're 7-2. So if they can rattle off a 7-2 stretch, then look at another team that you think has talent that you thought was going to be pretty good. Can't they rattle off a 7-2 stretch?
Washington is pretty amazing what they've done this year. I mean, not just with a rookie quarterback. They dumped a receiver before the season started. They really have one receiver. They have a good running back. Their front 4 has been playing excellent. Their O-line's been playing particularly well. But what they've done at the line of scrimmage has surprised the hell out of me because they've been really good there.
Well,
and they played without their running back this week. And I know it was the Giants, but still a division game, and they got the job done.
hey, he's the first rookie quarterback to start 2-0 against the Giants since 1950. I mean, I know it's not the greatest franchise in the league over the last 75 years, but, I mean, it's been pretty good. So hats off to him and them. Winning the games you're supposed to win. Move on. They're already at 7, for goodness sakes. 7. How many more will they need? 3?
Locks him at a playoff spot, I believe.
I mean, the only danger for Washington, believe it or not, is Tampa Bay. Remember, Bucks beat them head-to-head. If Tampa Bay, and they're got a rough stretch here, obviously, Kansas City, San Francisco, their injuries, the whole deal. But if Washington falters and say post 10-7, and Tampa Bay gets it together and post 10-7, that's bad news for Washington. First game of the year, Bucks beat them.
Boy, it seems a tough stretch to see Tampa getting to 10, though, as banged up as they are.
I know. But just doing the math. Just pointing it out for everybody. The standings are the cold, hard truth. There's no power polls. There's no power index. There's no committee meeting in Dallas. We're going to let you know our top 12 or in the NFL 14. No, there's none of that. It's real simple. Got standings. We got set in stone tiebreakers. Here it is.
Well, we've got set in stone tiebreakers in these conferences, David. Just nobody knows what they are. We better start learning them.
I saved an article in The Athletic from Saturday. I forget the author, but he, in great detail, went through all the conference tiebreakers. He said, just so you know, after the whirlwind Saturday we just had, here are the tiebreakers. And I saved the article. I'm like, oh, we're going to need this.
Yes, we are. Big 12, SEC, Big 10, they all could come into play.
So, awesome football weekend, though. Home teams and favorites doing really well in the NFL this week. Does that bode well for the Chiefs tonight? A 9-point favorite at home against the Bucks. Only 2 teams with a bye this week, right? Niners and Steelers?
Yes.
Everybody else playing? So 15 games this week. So far, home teams 10-4. So far, favorites 10-4.
Which goes well because I picked 2 underdogs in the NFL this week. When I finally go underdogs, the favorites go nuts. That seems to make perfect sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark had a rough weekend. And by rough, I mean a donut.
I threw a donut up there. I battled to get back within a game of 500 and went over. David led the way with a 4-4 week.
Right, which gives you an idea as to how it went. All right, I'm very upset with Lincoln Riley and USC. And I'm very unhappy that our West Point guys kept vital piece of information. The starting quarterback wasn't going to play. That's great in war, not in betting college football, boys. We need the info.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I was going to say, you almost had two hands on the headset there.
Yeah,
but
I
it
actually
didn't.
did. And my shoulder said, that was
Don't
not
do
a
that
good
ever
idea.
again.
Yeah, you're not ready for that. Yeah. Tried to cheat, and it said, nope, not a good idea. Guys, really radical this morning. I toasted the Pop-Tarts.
No.
Uh-huh.
Frosted?
Oh, yeah. Brown sugar. There's no other kind of Pop-Tart. I cannot tell you the last time I purchased Pop-Tarts that weren't brown sugar cinnamon. It wasn't this century, I'll tell you that. No, Irish football, I don't. but I would love to see him in the Big 12 title game. Would love it. You got to remember, you're talking to 2 charter members of the Deion Sanders fan club. The studio that Mark's in, the other side of it where we used to do our show from, it had a window, and people always used to look in the window, and it bothered Mark. And Mark had a picture of Deion that was the size of the window, and he put it in the window.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
It's 22 minutes till the top of the hour on Overreaction Monday.
Is there an overreaction we can have this late in the season, if you know what I mean? Are we still at Overreaction Monday come November, or have we figured out most of what we need to figure out, David? Like, what is the overreaction today?
Well, I think some of it can still be individual. Like, are people going to conclude that a certain player is just not going to be good enough, like a rookie? Like, I feel badly for Caleb Williams right now because he's going to get compared to Jaden Daniels. Now, the thought was it was going to be the other way. Feel badly for the number 2 pick. He's always going to get compared to the number 1. Yeah, well, the number 2 pick 7-2. And because of a Hail Mary, beat the number 1 pick. And now the number 1 pick just went on the road and lost by 20. And the number 2 pick's quarterback in the number 2 seed in the NFC right now. So I feel badly for Caleb. Not only that, he's in Chicago, which right now is a miserable sports town. And that's not Caleb's fault, but it is. Cubs are mediocre at best. White Sox are horrid. Blackhawks are rebuilding. Bulls are mediocre at best. I mean, it's a bad. So the Bears, I mean, everybody they're always all in on the Bears, but they need the Bears to be good now more than they usually do because they don't have good anywhere else. And now a really promising season has gone up in smoke in 8 days.
Because of a Hail Mary pass.
Right.
That was defended poorly with a player showboating before the play and then amplified it by tipping the ball up.
By the way, the Bears did the Pat Kerwin solution. They benched him. Now, they didn't sit him for the game, but they benched him. He had to come off the bench, played, 16 snaps or whatever he played. And apparently he didn't take to it well during the week when he found out. He pouted and what have you. I mean, I would have looked right at him and said, well, the other option is we can cut you. I mean, we just figured we'd bench you. But now there's still half a season left. Chicago can turn this around. But the problem is you're in the NFC right now, not the AFC. See, in the AFC, you're chasing Denver for a playoff spot. Denver's 5-4. They got a rookie quarterback. You know, the ceiling is lower, I should say. Right now, you know who the 7th seed is in the NFC? Green Bay.
Now, the only good news for Chicago is that they play them twice. The bad news for the Bears is that they play the Packers twice.
Right, because, Mark, what are the Packers to the Bears?
They are their daddy.
For the last 30 years, yes, they are. Certainly since Aaron Rodgers took over 20 years ago.
After a Patriot game this Sunday for the Bears, they play the division. They go Packers, Vikings, at Detroit.
Got to go 2-1 at least.
Then they go at Niners, at Vikings, home for the Lions, home for the Seahawks, at the Packers. Chicago has a hell of a schedule the rest of the way.
Yeah. when they go 7-10, are we bringing Eberflus back? Because right now, if you had to bet, if I gave you two final standings for the Bears, 9-8 or 7-10, what are you taking?
7-10.
Right. So let me ask you this. You just asked at this point of the year, what's an overreaction? I'll tell you what an overreaction is. Firing a coach. Like everybody now wants to fire Lincoln Riley. Let me ask a few questions. Does anybody think Lincoln Riley can't coach? Does anybody think Lincoln Riley can't recruit? The answer is obviously he can do both. Yeah, they're losing close games. No doubt about it. Some of them, should they have lost? No. But are we going to blow up the entire program because you're having a disappointing year? You know, that's the other thing. We can't handle a disappointing year anymore as a sports fan. Why is that? You tell me. Why is it we can't handle a disappointing year?
I think what Houston did last year is part of it. Having the second overall pick and winning the division. And we then take that one particular moment or team and input it into our team.
And Mark, we're going to have this for the rest of time in college football. Look at what's going on this year. Indiana's 9-0. Army's undefeated. BYU's undefeated. Now, there's some of us of a certain age remember when BYU won a natty. That was 40 years ago. That's like remembering when Georgia Tech shared a natty over 30 years ago. But I mean, Mark, you got to figure with the transfer portal and literally paying of players, we're going to have upstart teams every year. The right schedule, the right guys in the portal. So you get used to it. I mean, listen, Michigan right now, I'm not sure Michigan's going to a bowl. I think they are. I think they'll get to 6. But, I mean, you know, now you want to get rid of Sharon Moore? Now, I got to admit, if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm far more concerned as a Michigan fan than I am a USC fan. Even though
you don't know if you have the right coach,
right,
and you're not able to get the right quarterback. If you don't get this kid that you're throwing as much money publicly at as is humanly possible, then what?
And you don't have any receivers also. I mean, so
with one will come the other, though, David.
Ooh, hope. I hope, because right now they got nothing in the hopper. They got no quarterbacks and no receivers. Now, I will say the kid I thought Saturday was game, who played for them. You know, I mean, he plays like that. He could play for them for 2.5 more years if he's going to play like that. But that, to me, is where we are with overreactions right now, Mark. Like, here's another thing. Listen, you and I are really down on McDaniel. Did the Dolphins play their ass off for him yesterday?
They did. That's as hard as they've played all year.
A lot of people are down on Doug in Jacksonville. Jags were down 22-0 mid-third quarter. They quit in that game? Hell no. They played their off for Peterson yesterday at 2-6. Now, I don't know if that matters anymore. But to me, you ask yourself, is so-and-so a good coach? Well, Doug Peterson's obviously a good coach. He's won a damn Super Bowl. He won a division title in a playoff game with the Jags. He obviously can coach. Well, then the second thing is, are the guys playing for him? If the answer is still yes, then why are you going to fire him?
I'll give you an overreaction since you're talking Jacksonville. Can he play? Is he good enough? Is that quarterback good enough? And I know at times he was.
Yeah, he was.
He's so inconsistent right now that it is scary if you're a Jags fan.
I think he's a little too aggressive. I do. And I think so's Peterson. I actually don't know if they're a great combination together. When it's rolling, they're phenomenal. But like, for instance, the game yesterday, they're down 5. They have 1st and 10 on the 13. Well, there's like a minute 47 left in the game. Well, don't go to the end zone. You don't, because if you score, even if you convert the 2-point conversion, you're only up 3. You don't want to give the Eagles, who have all 3 timeouts, you don't want to give them a minute 40. You got to kind of, you got to run the ball here. Or you got to throw a check down, something that's going to get 5 to 8 yards. Don't go to the end zone. And then in Trevor's case, it's like, Trevor, you threw it in the end zone, a one-on-one matchup, your third-string tailback against a bigger, stronger linebacker. And you threw a jump ball. You want to throw a jump ball to Brian Thomas, that's one thing. But to Ernest Johnson? But he was on a roll, bing, 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 down the field. And I will say, man, he's better in the 2-minute offense. When they go up tempo.
A lot of quarterbacks are, David.
Yes, I understand.
You can't play the whole game that way. You have to be able to play the game from under center. You have to be able to take what you just talked about in the checkdowns that are there for you.
Mark, I don't know. Jim Kelly and the K-Gun had a pretty good run. Okay, you don't necessarily have to snap it with 18 seconds left on the play clock. You can be at the line of scrimmage and still snap it with 4 seconds on the play clock. There's a part of me that thinks the Jags should not huddle. He's a lot better when they don't huddle, I think. But that to me, the overreactions now are about firing coaches. And how we as fans can't handle a disappointing season. And it's only going to get worse. It is. And we're going to have more Armies in Indianas in college football. Look at this, back-to-back years, Mark. The team with the number 2 pick last year won the division. The team with the number 2 pick this year is leading the NFC East. This apparently is the world we're now in, where it's going to be topsy-turvy from year to year. And we as sports fans right now, we can't handle it.
No, we do like consistency with our teams one way or another. Then you have what's going on in Tallahassee.
Right.
I mean, that's the other side of this.
They won 19 games in a row, and they look like this could be the worst Florida State team since they've been playing football. I don't know how you reconcile that. I got to be honest. Now, I'm not paying the $65 million to buy out Mike Norvell, and you know how much you and I hate meetings. But if we're running the Florida State Athletic Department, Mike, we need to meet regularly. And the question when you walk in the room that's up on the board is, what the is going on here?
And how do you fix it? Because if you tell me the portal, well, you didn't fix it this year. You fixed it 1 year in the portal, and then it was a disaster the next.
Right. You had 2 great years in the portal. Year 3, year 4, obviously. 10-3, 13-1. Yeah. Oh, boy. Mac Brown had never beaten Florida State. They just scored again. Duke had never beaten Florida State. They did. Florida State's going to lose 10 or more games this year. They were preseason top 10.
That is the most remarkable story of the year. It really is. The demise of Florida State. It disappears with all the greatness that's going on, but the demise of the Florida State Seminoles this year is one of the big stories that is getting lost in what is a great college football year.
Could you imagine at the beginning of the year if we had said, okay, you tell us what's more remarkable? Florida State going 1-11, Indiana going 11-1. And which you go, listen, I've got a crystal ball. They're both going to happen. That's our poll question. Go.
I still think I'd pick Florida. I'd look back at the schedule. I think I'd have picked Florida State going 1-11.
Okay. Do you think it? Everybody does need to look up the preseason prognostications for Indiana, though. I mean, they really do. I mean, I think they were picked 16th or 17th in the 18-team league. I mean, you've got the Phil Steele book there. I mean, how close to the end of the Big 12? How many teams are after Indiana? Like Purdue?
I don't think it's as bad as you think, but they were certainly in the bottom end.
Yeah. So
12th.
Oh, that's pretty good.
12th. That's where Phil Steele had him.
Phil, that's a gaudy ranking for Indiana compared to most. Okay. I'll have to look up during the break. I'll look up where the median coaches had him.
And he says he has them bowl eligible. I mean, that's what Phil Steele was talking about, that they're going to be bowl eligible. That means they were going to get to 6.
Wow. He was in the minority there.
Remarkable.
So that you asked me, at this point of the year, what's the overreaction? To me, it's the firing of coaches. And I don't think also fans take into account just how expensive it is. And can you really keep going through money at the rate that you guys want to burn through money?
You're the ones paying for it. If you're a supporter of a school, that's who pays for it. You do.
So if you're willing to, like, in Texas, they're willing to burn through the money. When they want somebody gone, they just say, how much? Okay, we'll get it for you by the end of the day. Miller and Moulton on Overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us, millerandmoulton.com.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, DC, no, when we do the show, we're media. Now, there are times when, right. There are times when, I say, hey, the sports fan in me, but no, I mean, we're media. But you sports, come on now, you have to admit, DC, and I know you question everything we say, but you got to admit, you sports fans right now, you can't handle any setbacks. I mean, seriously. 2 losses in a row, and you're ready to stab yourself in the neck.
So I did not see it, or I was not listening to the Michigan game. I had it on, but I did not have the volume on. Apparently, there was a Michigan challenge, and Gary's like, they can't challenge it. They don't know the rules.
No, that was not a good look.
Yeah.
Right. No, I have to admit, the year one of Sharon Moore concerns me. By the way, the play calling, when they got 1st and 10 at the 15, when they were down 2 scores, that was something. I mean, don't get me wrong, they weren't going to win, but trick play on 4th and 4 with the non-passing quarterback in the game. I didn't get it. Yeah, Baxberg, I think Loomis should blow the team up in the next 24 hours. I don't know if he can because he's got so much dead money and because he keeps kicking the can. But, yeah, if I'm Loomis, I got to – I mean, Dennis Allen's clearly going to get fired, so you might as well clean house for yourself, get a head start on the offseason now. Yeah, Sonny, everybody missed it. Yep.
I was baffled, and Robinson caught that pass in overtime, but when I first saw that Rams catch, I thought the ball hit the ground. No one says anything. They don't look at it, and I'm like, they didn't even show it for 45 seconds. I'm going, we sure here? Because that was close.
Right.
But he caught it, but
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Overreaction Monday, at least halfway in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show in Charlotte County, Lake City, and points in and around both. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So how was your weekend? Big week. NFL trade deadlines tomorrow. College football first playoff poll comes out tomorrow. We'd be able to go, well, if the season ended today, this is who they'd have in the playoff. With that in mind, we've fallen in love with Bud Elliott's projection. Okay? That's what he's doing. He's telling you, listen, this is how I think this sucker is going to play out. And 3 weeks ago, for the first time, he put Indiana in the playoff. And he has gotten nothing but grief nationally for doing it. My guess is he's not getting as much grief now, but he's still getting grief. Mark, we did in the NFL last hour. If the season ended today, What the
Right.
Okay. He has, as his number 1 overall seed, Oregon. Number 2.
Inarguable right now.
Okay. Number 2. Now, remember, he's projecting that Oregon then is going to beat whoever in the Big Ten championship game also.
The winner of the Indiana-Ohio State game, David.
Hello. So Oregon 1, Georgia 2. So he has Georgia, whether they're winning out or whether they will lose to Tennessee or Ole Miss here, but they will get in the SEC championship game and they will win. But right now, Bud has Georgia 2, not Texas. He has Miami 3. So he has Miami in all likelihood winning out.
And now beating SMU in the ACC title game.
And he has BYU 4. That's undefeated, ranked in the top 10, Big 12 champion BYU. He has Ohio State 5. Notre Dame 6. By the way, I think Notre Dame had a really good week this week, and they didn't play. In fact, I don't know who had a better week this week by not playing, Colorado or Notre Dame.
Colorado close. Just because of the A&M loss.
Texas 7. Indiana 8. Indiana would host a playoff game. Now, I disagree with Bud on this one. In fact, right now, if I had to bet, I don't think Indiana makes the playoff. And I think the Big Ten is going to lose their mind that an 11-1 Big Ten team is going to miss the playoff. But I actually think they're going to be left out. But I'm just going with Bud Elliott's projections. Indiana, as the 8th seed, would host number 9 SMU, which I also don't agree with.
I don't think SMU gets in if they lose the ACC title game.
So you don't think an 11-2 SMU gets in? I mean,
I don't, David.
I mean, this is the interesting things we have here. We're going to have potentially a 3rd or a 4th SEC team at 10-2. We could have the ACC runner-up at 11-2. Hell, what if BYU goes 12-0 and gets beat by Colorado or whomever in the Big 12 title game? Are we sure that 12-1 BYU isn't going to go?
I think 12-1 BYU goes before 11-2 SMU.
Okay. But here's where I disagree with Bud. He has SMU as the 9. And we're assuming, since he has Miami as the 3, he has SMU winning out and then losing in the ACC title game and getting a wild card, obviously, and being seeded 9th. He has Boise State 10th. How in the world can you put SMU ahead of Boise State? Seriously, Boise State is likely, if they're going to be the Mountain West champion and if they're going to be the Group of 5 representative, then they're going to go 12-1. Their 1 loss is by 3 at Oregon. I mean, seriously, I think Boise State's in play to get a top 4 seed. I'm being brutally honest right now. Colorado, Boise State. Who would you give the 4 seed to?
Colorado.
Really?
Yes.
The tailback from Boise State may win the Heisman, you know.
I understand that.
12-1, their 1 loss is by 3 at Oregon.
I am just putting the rest of the schedule and saying Colorado's played a little bit more, a little tougher schedule, and I'm going to give the Big 12 team the 4.
But you have to acknowledge, though, this could be about as good of a Group of 5 representative as we can get with a loss.
Correct.
They have a star player. They have a little bit of history to them because of the magic over the last 20 years that Boise State has produced. Okay. So he has the wild card. Oh, Penn State falls to 11 behind Indiana, which is technically where they'd be in the standings, right?
Yes.
Or they'd be tied for third with Indiana, potentially tied for second. And oh, by the way, the 12 seed, the third team from the SEC is Tennessee. Last team in right now is the third team from the SEC. This is not Danny Cannell's poll. This is not somebody with a bias. This is Bud Elliott. So, once again, Oregon, Georgia, Miami, BYU, your top 4 seeds, and your first round playoff matchup would be Tennessee at Ohio State in a 5-12. Penn State at Notre Dame, which quite frankly, they should play one another. They should be playing one another a lot more than they do. Both fan bases want to see them play each other, but we all know why they don't. Texas and Boise State, which is another reason why I don't like Boise State as the 10. Okay? Don't you want SMU to get a shot at Big Brother? Don't you want to flip Boise State? Have Boise State, Indiana be the 8-9 game, okay? And have Texas SMU be the 7-10 game.
Look at, he's got Penn State as what, the 11?
The 11.
As an 11-1 team. Right?
Best win is?
As an 11-1 team.
I understand. Best win is an overtime win at USC. See, that's the other thing that's happened to the Big Ten this year. The middle of the conference has caved in.
Okay, but 11-1 Indiana, 11-1 Penn State. Who's got the best win? Probably Penn State.
Well, here's the funny thing. Let's go down the standings. The 5th best team in the Big Ten, Mark, may be Minnesota.
And Penn State still has to travel to Minnesota and play them on the road.
Yes,
So
they do.
Circle that game, folks. Telling you right now.
It's the same weekend that Indiana goes to Ohio State. It's November 23rd. Trust me, Mark, I'm already making travel plans to Minneapolis for Penn State at Minnesota.
Boy, oh boy, a couple of years of the CBS Big Ten stuff. You're really going to miss those games in the SEC just because of the weather in November.
Couple of years? I missed it 3 weeks ago. What are you, crazy? This travel schedule's nuts. I'm headed to LA 3 times this month. My goodness. But hey, you know, it's late November, weekend before Thanksgiving, weather getting involved. Hey, how many of us got excited when we saw the Detroit Green Bay game yesterday and went, ah, look at here, weather affecting a football game. Yeah, damn right. It's November. Okay.
Just didn't realize it was going to affect the home team.
Right. Also, didn't realize it'd be hail in Arizona. Hello.
Indoors.
Right.
We could close the roof, but we didn't, so there was hail.
Who's our chief meteorologist? Yes, they're fired. First rain and now hail. Nobody saw this coming, huh? Golly. But anyway, so you obviously, I can tell, you would have a 4th SEC team in over what? But right now, Indiana or Penn State. They're both finished 11-1. Give it to Penn State because of the road win at Minnesota.
Look, I've got to see Indiana play Ohio State first. I can't make that judgment without seeing at least a head-to-head comparison against the same team. Ohio State blows out Indiana, then Penn State gets the nod. Indiana goes into Ohio State and plays them tough because Penn State had a home game. Well, then maybe Indiana gets the nod there.
I mean, is it going to come down to Penn State or Indiana? Which team
lost better?
Or their best win Does it become Minnesota versus Michigan for best win?
That would be Indiana's best win.
If they win this coming Saturday. And that could be, by the way, a 6-6 Michigan team. I mean, they have 4 losses, right? They're 5-4. They go to Indiana. I think they're home for Northwestern, and they go to Ohio State. I mean, at best, they're going to go 6-6.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, Penn State's 2 best wins could be at Minnesota and at USC. I mean, neither team ranked.
And maybe at Wisconsin. I'm just
right. So
the middle of that conference has let the top of that conference down in a big way.
Huge way. Meanwhile, the SEC is jumping up. I mean, huge wins in that conference. Kentucky beating Ole Miss. What South Carolina just did to A&M. Miller and Moulton. It's Overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us, millerandmoulton.com. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, my goodness, Baxberg. How about that Tua prop passing yards bet yesterday? Oh my goodness. For those that don't know, and I forget the exact totals, but I think it was like Tua had like 250 something yards passing. And the guy kicks the field goal with 5 seconds to go. His prop bet's like 243 or something like that. He throws the pass to Waddle, who starts running around, and by the time he gets tackled, it's a 24-yard loss. And so it takes him from 10 yards over the prop bet to 10 yards under the prop bet. It was an amazing loss on a prop bet. Legendary loss on a prop bet.
In Irish football, we never said big win. We said their best win. There's a big difference. I know us not saying Colorado's automatically in the playoff bothers you, but we were talking about their best win.
By the way, Andy Staples, who works for On3 now, he has 4 SEC, 4 Big Ten, 1 ACC, 1 Big 12, Notre Dame, and Boise. He's just feeding the beasts. I got something for you here if you want it.
Awesome. I mean, I would combat that Irish football with what's Colorado's best win? Baylor?
Sonny, are you talking about the Florida Panthers? Yeah. They should look really good. Brought nearly a whole damn team back that won the Cup. No, I don't think he was, Logic Man. I think he touched him, he kept running, and he tripped over his offensive lineman.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
I feel like I should do that with you in line with their commercials. You know, they're just keeping it real because they've got the whole crew doing that together on the TV spots.
You want us to do it together then? And where one of us goes, Floormeisters, and then we just have to make sure we do it
right,
just keeping it real.
Keeping it real. And then that was off, and that's bad.
So we almost have to cue each other. Okay. We'll work on that. During the breaks, we'll work on that. All right. I got something. And I'm curious how Gator Nation's going to take this. And I'm not playing around. I'm being very serious. You know, we don't do things on this show for clicks. Trust me, take a look at how many clicks we get.
Where would they click?
MillerMoulton.com, I guess.
I guess.
So if I'm Scott Strickland, the AD at Florida, I'm coming out today and I am publicly announcing that Billy Napier is coming back next year as coach of the Gators. And I'm doing it because I may be playing the walk-on from Yale at quarterback for the rest of the year. And I don't know if you've checked out Florida's schedule the next 3 weeks, but I think it's something like Texas, LSU, Ole Miss. That's all. No big deal or anything. So they're going to be 4-7. They're 4-4 now. They're going to be 4-7. They are. The kid's not good enough to play at this level. They're going to lose those 3 games. So then they're 4-7 going into the Florida State game. Well, now, right now, are they better than Florida State? Oh, hell, who isn't? But in all honesty, if you're playing the kid from Yale, I don't know how good you are. Never mind what injuries you might suffer over these next 3 weeks. And what I don't want to have happen is if by chance they actually lose to the worst Florida State team in 50 years. But even if they beat them, the final record's going to be what? 5-7. I'm ending the noise now if I'm Scott Strickland. And I'm putting my job firmly on the line. I mean, if the money people want to get together and go, well, obviously we got to get rid of him too because, he's wrong.
And he's gone if Napier's gone anyhow. I mean, most of us believe he's not going to get a chance to hire a third head coach.
Although we keep pointing out they don't have a full-time president of the university. Money is an issue. So to have to bring in another AD, who would be making that decision, by the way? We don't have a president. So are we going to literally let the boosters run the athletic department? I mean, seriously, who's hiring the AD? I mean, who's even the interim? Who's going to hold serve for the next 6, 8, 9, 12 months till you get a sitting president of the university who's not an interim? If I'm Scott Strickland, what I believe I'm doing today is in the best interest of the program. I'm keeping the recruiting class together because we're going to start losing games. Our record's going to get bad. Lagway looks like he's out for a while. Maybe he can come back in a couple of weeks, but the likelihood is they're losing to Texas, LSU, and Ole Miss. So we're going to be 4-7 with 4 straight losses going into the Florida State game. Everybody mocking how bad both teams are. Oh my goodness, they're going to put this game on the CW? I'm ending all that. He's my guy. I believe in him. I actually think you've seen in the last 6 weeks, we're heading in the right direction. And the kids obviously like him. They're playing their off for him.
I mean, even the biggest Napier hater has to look at the last few weeks and say they've played hard. You can be upset about the way the Tennessee game went, and maybe there should have been some different calls that you would have made. But you can't question how hard the team played versus the Vols. You can't question how hard the team played against Georgia. And you have to think that the team's finally moving in the right direction.
He just took Tennessee and Georgia into late fourth quarter. With this team, quite frankly. I mean, in theory, this is going to be the worst team they have for what? I mean, Florida fans hoping for the next 30 years, right? Shouldn't next year's team be better? And then the year after? And the year after? I mean, they got their NIL situation straightened out, right? Billy's doing a solid job recruiting the high school scene. He's got to do better in the portal. There's no doubt about it. He's got to do better in the portal.
You shouldn't get plucked in the portal. The A-10s of the world should not be leaving Florida to go to Georgia. You should have your NIL department in a good enough spot where you're not losing a kid in conference. It just shouldn't happen. Not a starter.
And I know as Scott Strickland, I'm putting my job firmly on the line because I actually think if the boosters want to run Billy out in a month, that I can keep my job because they don't have anybody to replace me with. And I might actually get to hire a third coach. Now, I'll probably have to run it by the boosters first, and we all know who option A will be. But, I mean, come on now, Gator fan. You were pretty damn inspired Saturday, weren't you? You were proud of that team. You've gone to Knoxville, and you've gone to the cocktail party, and you've played two top teams in the country shorthanded. And you've played your off, and you're had a shot in both. And you know what? Deep down, you think you win Saturday if your quarterback stayed upright. We'll never know. If I'm Scott Strickland, I am publicly announcing today Billy Napier will be back as coach next year. We can end that talk right now. I'm getting out ahead of this. I'm keeping the recruiting class intact. Okay, I'm getting all the mess. You want to come after somebody for the next 48 hours on the message boards and what have you, you come after me. Leave him in this program alone. We're turning the corner. And I'll put my job on the line. Would you do it, Mark? You're Strickland. I'm your lieutenant. And I'm saying, you got to go out there. Come on. You got to do it. You know you got to do it. Do it.
Well, I'm not sure it's even necessary. I love your thought from the recruiting standpoint. But if the coaches are doing their job, they're not going to be losing recruits. They'll lose recruits if a guy gets fired. But up until that point, they're not losing recruits. So I'm not exactly sure what Strickland's doing other than putting his neck on the chopping block by doing this.
Well, because you're going to lose your next 3 weeks now. I mean, come on. You got the walk-on kid from Yale at quarterback.
I got you.
Well, but I'm getting out ahead of it before we're 4-7.
But do you have to get out ahead of it before you're 4-7? Because you're going to go, it doesn't matter whether you get out ahead of this or not. You're going to lose the next 3 games.
Yeah, but if I'm out ahead of it, then everybody in the world knows. The players know, the agents know, the parents know, everybody, high school, college, the kids we got to pay for next year, everybody knows what the situation is. The people you've been dealing with at Florida are going to be the people you're still dealing with at Florida. Either that, or if I'm Scott Strickland, I got a contract signed in a drawer with Lane. It's one or the other. Either I get I call the agent now, I get the contract in the drawer by noon, or by 3 o'clock, I'm announcing Napier's coming back.
I wonder if the contract's already in the drawer. I mean, that's been the $1 million question all year long. And I still don't know if Lane up and leaves Ole Miss for Florida. I don't.
Right. And that's why I either get the contract in the drawer, okay, or I'm going public and he's coming back. And I'll tell all the Mike Krzyzewski, Frank Beamer stories that you want to hear.
Miller and Moulton. Gator fan, what would you do? 21,000's the text line. Or you can always join us, twitch.tv or youtube.tv/Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening, millerandmoulton.com. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sonny, I have to admit, I don't care that he's a good guy. It means it makes no difference. You know, it doesn't. It should, but it doesn't. By the way, how's the Hugh Freeze thing working out at Auburn? Holy blank. I did not think Hugh Freeze would fail at Auburn, and he's only going to get one more year. Did you read, Logic Man, the report that the reporter did that honked Embiid off? I don't think the reporter was out of line at all. At all. I actually thought the story was sympathetic to Embiid. I didn't understand his reaction to it. I'll tell you a quick story. So I did a TV report about University of Scranton had a standout player, the coach's son, Billy Beswar. And after his career was over, he went overseas. He played for a while. And he ended up coming back and doing something that he said he would never do. He got into coaching. And so I did a story about him coming back, getting into coaching. And during the story, I mentioned that he had gone overseas, gotten married, gotten divorced. Okay. And he came back home. And the family, who I was friendly with, because I broadcast Scranton basketball games, I knew the coach and his wife really well, and Billy's sister. They were, the head coach was furious with me. Never been yelled at like that at that time by anybody. And I was shocked. I thought it was obvious, to mention it in the story. Now, Billy came up and talked to me and he said, I understand why you did what you did. And is it relevant? Kinda. I wish you hadn't mentioned it in the story. I said, okay. I go, but if you were still married, you'd still be living over in Europe probably, right? And he said, probably. And I go, so that's why I thought it was a relevant part of the story. Why is it you're back and coaching? And I mean, the family was bent out of shape with me. And that to me is similar as to what happened here. The Philly sports writer was trying to talk about if in Embiid's heart and mind, what it is he's given to the city of Philadelphia. And that Embiid came over here before his brother, okay, and he didn't get to see his brother in the final years of his life, and his brother died tragically young. And that's part of the sacrifice that Embiid has made, okay, to play basketball and what have you. And I thought the reporter was trying to be very sympathetic to Embiid, that this is part of what Embiid is talking about in terms of the sacrifice that he has made. And Embiid apparently is bent that the reporter mentioned his brother and his family. Okay. I mean, he can't accost the reporter. I mean, that's obviously a mistake, but I don't know. I kind of get it, both sides.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, our final segment in Charlotte County and surrounding areas, Lake City and surrounding areas. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits in the 239 and the 904 for Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hey, I mentioned earlier in the show, 9 NFL teams have only 2 wins.
Funny you say that. I'm looking at all of those teams' records right now, David, and what the draft order is for the upcoming season.
7 of the 9 are currently 2-7. 2 of the 9 are 2-6, being the Dolphins and the Titans are both 2-6, which, by the way, how costly of a win could this turn out to be for the Tennessee Titans over the New England Patriots? They'd be 1-7. They'd be the number 1 pick of the draft right now. Instead, technically, right now, they're the 9th.
Carolina's little win takes them from the 1st overall pick to the 4th overall pick, David. Right now, New England would have the 1st overall pick in the draft.
Some of us would be cashing in some checks because we thought the Patriots were going to be on the clock when the season started. But yes, the Patriots' overtime loss in Nashville has them on the clock today.
Jacksonville would be the team with the 2nd overall pick.
Now, I believe that the Jags, if you look at their final 5 weeks of their schedule, the next 3 weeks are still very challenging. Jags could get to like 2-10 here. But I think their final 5 games, they're going to win 3 of them, at least. I think the Jags are going to end up with no worse than 5 wins. I really do. So I don't think they're going to be in play for the number 1 pick or even a top 5 pick. I really don't, but we'll see.
New Orleans right now has the 3rd overall pick.
Okay, before you go any further, though, here's where I want to stop you. New England, 1st pick of the draft. They need a quarterback?
Nope.
Jacksonville, 2nd pick of the draft. They need a quarterback?
Well, maybe, but they're not going to draft one.
Hell, the contract extension's not even kicking in. In fact, it ain't even going to kick in next year. Remember, this is only year 4. Next year's year 5 on the rookie deal. Then the 5-year extension at 55 per kicks in. But okay, so right now, first 2 picks of the draft don't need a quarterback.
That's correct.
Okay, number 3 is?
New Orleans.
Need a quarterback?
Oh, yes.
Number 4 is?
Carolina.
Need a quarterback?
Definitely.
Number 5?
Right now, it's Cleveland.
Need a quarterback?
Absolutely.
Number 6?
Las Vegas.
Mark, seems to be the question of the segment. Do they need a quarterback?
And the answer is yes, David, they do.
So currently teams 3 through 6 need a quarterback. Who's number 7?
That's your New York Football Giants, David.
Can you ask the question? Can I answer this one, please?
David, do they need a quarterback?
Hell yes.
And then the 2-6 teams. Miami. Do they need a quarterback?
Have to. With Tua's history? Come on. Yes, you need to draft a quarterback. It sucks. You're going to have to spend a high draft pick on a quarterback.
And Tennessee at 9.
Oh, my God, yes.
So to review, New England and Jacksonville technically do not need quarterbacks. New Orleans, Carolina, Cleveland, Las Vegas, the New York Giants, the Miami Dolphins, and Tennessee all need quarterbacks.
Hell,
For that matter, the Jets have the 10th pick, and Aaron Rodgers is 612 years old. They're going to need a quarterback.
Now, I do think the Jets are going to win a bunch of games here and are not be in the 10 slot. However, who's in the 11?
The Dallas Cowboys.
Now, Dak's contract doesn't kick in till next year either, so he ain't going anywhere.
Got that right.
So teams 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 7 consecutive teams that we think need a quarterback. I don't know. Carson Beck did a really bad game on Saturday, but how bad could it turn out being if there are 7 teams that need a quarterback? I mean, are we going to have a case where teams are, which is by Shedeur Sanders is going in the top 5. Okay. I mean, that's another point that just needs to be spelled out right here. I mean, Deion's kid's going in the top 5. Colorado could have 2 top 5 picks in this draft.
Hell, they could. I mean, if it stays this way and New England or Jacksonville don't trade out, they could take Hunter number 1.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, Travis Hunter could go 1 or 2, and then Sanders could be the first quarterback taken. Also, where do you think the Miami quarterback's going now? And yes, he throws a pass a quarter that you go, ah! But let me tell you, those other 35 passes, I mean, I wish he took a little better care of the ball. I wish he wasn't such a high wire act. But we're just laying out. Cam Ward's going to go really, 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 really high. Quinn Ewers, let's just say he's solid the rest of the year. By default, where is he going to go?
Look at, he's going in the first 10 picks of the draft. Because I'm with you. There are teams like Jacksonville that'll play their way out of this. Hell, I think even, Cleveland could play their way into a few more wins and not be at the bottom of this thing.
Okay. I also think Miami's going to play their way out of it. But
I don't think Tennessee is. I don't think Vegas is.
I don't think New England is either, which, listen, this could be a windfall for the Patriots.
Just take the top bidder.
Totally.
Trade down a couple of picks, you still could get Travis Hunter.
Now, I don't know if there's a quarterback in this draft that people are willing to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over. I mean, somebody at 3 or 4 might just be willing to, stand tight.
But not if there's 6 teams all looking for a quarterback, David.
I know.
I mean, this is your dream scenario of a draft right here. 1 and 2 don't need a quarterback. 3 through 10 do. Someone's making a move.
And there might be 2 teams making a move. I mean, when Goff and Wentz went 1 and 2, didn't both teams who take them make big moves to move up to 1 and 2? I mean, obviously, Philly moved up to 2. Philly, I thought, was like 13th or something and made 2 trades to move up. I mean, listen, the Giants, that GM and coach, they're going to have to put their job on the next quarterback. I mean, they're drafting, 7th right now? Oh, the Giants will be all in on a quarterback. I mean, the Patriots could take advantage of the Giants. But I'm glad you went here, Mark, because this is where I wanted to go. Just wanted to point this out. We do the whole, if the playoffs started today and this, that, and the other thing. And we're talking about overreaction Monday. At this point, what do you overreact to? Well, okay. We have 9 teams with only 2 wins at the halfway point of the NFL season. 9. That's a lot of bad football teams. More than usual.
And we don't see many of them getting better. Like, you see some wins for Jacksonville at the end. Okay.
I do.
Some wins for Miami at the end.
I do.
But I don't see a lot of wins on the New Orleans Saints schedule. I don't see many wins on the Carolina Panthers schedule. I don't see Vegas winning a lot of football games. Same with the Giants.
There you go. That's all you need. And right now, the team who could really benefit's New England because they're on the clock. And we don't know how many more games they're going to win. So there's a chance they're going to be on the clock. And they've already drafted their quarterback.
That was a bad win yesterday for Carolina.
And Tennessee.
Proving once again there's no such thing as tanking in the National Football League. Because trust me, the Carolina Brass would like to have the first overall pick. The players know it's still on tape. They still go out and play hard.
And remember, the front office in Carolina was not the front office that drafted Bryce Young. The coach and GM were not there when they took Bryce Young. And the GM in Tennessee is the GM who took Will Levis. Okay, and he's going to have to save his job here quickly because they got rid of Mike Vrabel.
And Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown. And
right. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, it's working out well.
Seemed to make some really solid moves in that front office. Four
No
drunks
doubt
at
about
the
it.
end of the bar could run the Tennessee Titans better than that guy. Are you kidding me?
Ah, but they're getting a new stadium, Mark, so, you know.
And the Super Bowl that'll go with it.
No doubt. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, just wanted to point that out. Obviously, a lot can change. Still have half a season to go. We've seen in recent years, you know, teams go on a roll. I mean, what, the Lions were, 1-6 2 years ago? Finished 9-8?
You see a lot of 9 and 8s out of these 2 and 6s and 2 and 7s?
Well, no.
You see Miami rattling off 7?
But did we see Arizona rattling off the last 4?
No, but the one thing about Arizona that we said all last year, David, as bad as they were, they played hard every week. They were a competitive football team that seemed to leave it all out there and never had any quit in them.
And they do have a talented quarterback. I know he's not everybody's, quote, cup of tea, but he's a handful.
And now they've got a running back, a receiver, a tight end that's not half bad.
I'll tell you what, if I'm a Bears fan, losing Arizona, I think is bad enough. Only scoring 9 points against that defense hadn't stopped anybody all year. You scored 9. That to me is alarming. I mean, I thought if you were going to lose to Arizona, you're going to lose like 29-24. I never would have envisioned you were going to lose 29-9. I didn't think Arizona could hold an NFL team to under 10 points. That's a bad defense. And you should have saw the statistics and the analytics as to how that defense graded out before that game yesterday. Wow. 9 points? Yeah. If I'm running the Bears, we're having a meeting today. How did we only score 9 points against the Arizona Cardinals?
And the Bears get the Patriots next week, but after that, they play the division. So the Bears' season is right there teetering after these back-to-back losses.
And I know the Raiders fired their offensive coordinator yesterday. If I'm running the Bears, we're having an offensive meeting, and I look right at them and go, by the way, can't guarantee that all of you are going to have a job when this meeting's over, but let's begin.
That's the last thing you need to do with Caleb Williams right now is fire a coordinator.
Yeah, well.
I mean, does it really matter in Vegas?
Hey. I mean, they just gave Pierce the job full time. They're going to blow him out after a year?
They might.
Well, Brady, that's true. Hell, Brady might bring in Belichick for all we know. Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend, I think, would love Vegas. I mean, she seems like a good time. I mean, the granddad that she's with. I mean, we don't know who he is, but
Bill, get off the slots. Bill, it's time to go home. Only one. No,
Grandpa?
no more, Bill. That's it on the slots.
Grandpa, come on. We said 40 minutes. It's been 50. You said you wanted to be at the lunch buffet at 11. Come on.
You got a nap to get in and then some film study to do, Coach.
You got that CW show at 7:30. Come on. I don't know if he's on the CW. I think the one show does there. I don't know.
Who knows? He's everywhere.
Him and Saban both. My goodness. I mean, McAfee looks at those two guys and go, man, you guys are everywhere. The Kelsey brothers look at Belichick and go, man, you're everywhere. Just having a little fun.
But you're right. Not only are those teams in the draft, how many of them are going to have new coaches? How many are going to have new regimes?
Uh-huh. But just throwing it out there, keep it in mind, some quarterbacks are going very high, whether you think they're good enough or not, because there's just too many bad teams who need one. Miller and Moulton. It's the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904 next. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Kenneth, thank you for listening. Appreciate the follow. So did you watch Sunday Night Football last night?
Me?
Yeah.
Most of it.
Did you see the very beginning with the skull chant and the
Yeah.
okay?
And Jamie there.
Oh, I was thrilled for her. I mean, she's a Minneapolis girl, Minnesota girl.
She was fired up.
Damn. Whew.
Better throwing out the first pitch at a Twins game or doing the skull chant at a Vikings game.
I think doing the skull chant at the Vikings game lasts a lot longer. Okay.
And there's only 8 of them a year, theoretically. I mean,
Yeah. Jamie's cool. Her and her husband are good friends with Barkley. She gets it. And fly, Panda, fly. Not only that, when are these teams going to be bad? Now, obviously, a lot can happen. I mean, look at the AFC North in a year. But, I mean, we don't think Detroit's going anywhere for 2-3 years. I mean, that offensive line could get old in about 2 years. But
yeah, they need to draft smartly to replace Ragnow.
you know, but in theory, they can do that in the next year or two. They can spend third.
Because when you're good, you can draft that way.
Right. Okay. You know, Packers are, I think, still the youngest team in the league. And they're 6-3. And that's with the injuries.
The Vikings think they're going to get better with their new quarterback.
That owner better give that coach an extension. Because if I'm O'Connell and he doesn't extend me, and if I enter next year as a lame duck, I'll hit free agency.
Damn right. That's a great call right there, David. Very rarely does the coach get to play that card.
Listen, Fly Panda, I know we're the only people saying it, but if you're Minnesota, are you sure you're not the team paying them?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin to join us on the show tomorrow. Whew, what a great football weekend. I'm not kidding. Saturday was so good. The upsets, it threw 3 of the major conferences into, I don't want to say turmoil, but brought so many more scenarios into play in the Big 12, the ACC, the SEC, just the drama, the storylines that played out in the Ohio State-Penn State game. And you know, I love games like that. 20-13, are you kidding me?
20-13, where so many decisions have to be made by coaches.
Yes.
That can be called into question following the game.
Where a first down is significant. Yes. Yes. Both teams had the ball inside the 5 going in for touchdowns and ended up turning it over or having touchbacks. Okay, so the game could have been higher scoring, but it was the style of game. Ohio State handed 10 points to Penn State to start the game and then coming back? How about the end of the game? I mean, seriously, what was the number one storyline in college football during the offseason? Is Ohio State tough enough? Well, how about the goal line stand? And then how about running the ball right up Penn State's keister on 12 consecutive plays to run out the game? I mean, is that not a mic drop? Is that not a, can we, if anybody mentions toughness again, do it into my face. Say it to my face.
What are you, James Franklin? Come down here and tell me your name. What's
Say my name. And I would have broke right. I would have broke right into song there. If he had said that to me, I would have been, say my name, say my name. Listen, what are they doing, by the way? I mean, listen, it's not nice. They yelling awful things. Awful things. You know, what the Penn State fan did to Jason Kelsey, that's obnoxious. That's awful. What are you doing? I know what your parents raised you better than that. Okay? I'm sure they did. You know, Penn State.
I always get a kick out of with HD on that note, David, of the wide crowd. There was a wide crowd shot they took, and it was a Penn State fan, and he's a student, and he's just got the double bird going.
Right.
And I'm going, Mom and Dad are watching this game at home. And they went, oh, look, there's Mikey. Oh, look, there's Mikey.
Mikey. Come on, Mikey. Mikey, when you call home after the game, you're grounded. You do know that, don't you?
Yes, you cannot have any more money in your account. No, I don't care. You drank too much before the game. I need to see the grade point average go up by 0.5 before I put another $1 in your account.
And not only that, I can't believe you were that drunk for a big noon kickoff. And see, that's the other thing that and this, I feel badly for James Franklin in this case. It was not his doing. Did James Franklin want the game at noon? No. He wanted it at 7:30. He wanted the whiteout. He wanted the whole thing. Okay. But if Fox runs the conference, okay, just shut up and cash the checks. James, it's why you're making $10 million. But because of that, the Penn State fan was in a bad mood going to the game. They hated the fact they were playing at noon. Even 3:30, they would have been in a better mood. But they were incensed all week that they were having to play the game at noon. So once things went south, they showed up in a bad mood. It wasn't a celebration. They were annoyed walking into the stadium.
But as a coach, when they're yelling, you just have to walk to the locker room and shut up.
Yep.
It goes with the territory. I don't know what to tell you. You lost again to Ohio State. What did you think? They were going to throw roses at you?
You're 1-10 against them. I mean, they expected more. They thought this was the best team that you've had here. So beat them. Because now if you can't win with this team, they're legitimately wondering, are we ever going to beat them? I do think it's fair to point out, though. I mean, Ohio State has better skill players, don't they?
Absolutely.
Like, everything else, if you take Will Howard and Drew Aller, let's just call it even. Okay, you look at the line of scrimmage, and isn't it come down to you would take Ohio State's receivers and running backs over Penn State's?
Every day, David. And not just this year. Last year, the year before that, the year before that, the year before that. I mean,
you got to go back to Saquon. The last time that we looked at Penn State and thought, oh, they're just as dangerous as Ohio State. And the Saquon team scored 30-plus points on Ohio State. Now, they lost, but they scored points.
Penn State fan has trouble realizing that their ceiling is being second best in the Big Ten and making the playoff. I'm sorry, that's who they are.
Yeah. Yeah, because their thought is, well, Michigan got over the hump. Can't we? Now, we understand if Ohio State's the Alabama of the conference. We get it. But Alabama doesn't win the SEC every year. Georgia has caught them and arguably passed them. Hell, LSU went toe-to-toe with Alabama now for a generation, and they beat them.
The problem is that here comes Oregon, a newcomer into the conference.
Oh, yeah.
And when you think of Oregon, David, you don't think of a team that's tough in the trenches, when in fact what Lanning's done there is made them incredibly tough in the trenches. But you think of a lot of flash and a lot of style points, but not a lot of substance. Well, they have substance to go along with the style points now. They can beat you toughing it out. They're good enough at the line of scrimmage. And that is what I think has Penn State in a tizzy this morning.
But you asked me earlier in the show on Overreaction Monday, what is it at this point of the season that people are overreacting to? And I said firing of coaches. I mean, I'm going to ask you point blank, Mark. You're Penn State. You're disappointed. You are. You're disappointed. Yes, you could still make the playoff. Hell, you can win playoff games. But you're disappointed. You're like, wow, I really thought this was our year to get them. Got them at home, the whole deal, blah, blah, blah. Okay. You moving on from James Franklin?
I'm not.
Now, I think he's a little bit of a snake oil salesman. Okay. I think he's more recruiter than coach. I mean, he made the big change at offensive coordinator. They just played their first game in 10 years where they didn't score an offensive touchdown. First and goal at the 3. Their best player doesn't touch the ball. I mean, this is where Franklin could say into the headset, can we get the ball to number 44? Even if we have to direct snap it to him? By the way, we've run it up the middle on the first 2 plays. How about we run it off tackle on the 3rd play?
Just quick sidebar, David, since you asked me would you get rid of James Franklin. If you're James Franklin, would you take the Florida job if it was available?
Well, that's a different story. And James Franklin kind of alluded after the game that I don't appreciate being treated this way. I think I'm doing a pretty good job. Yeah, haven't won some of the games that I've wanted to, that we have wanted to, but
if you can't get Lane, Gator fan, would you take James Franklin over Billy Napier?
Here's the problem. I mean, if he can't beat Ohio State, do you think he can beat Georgia and Alabama?
His NIL budget would be bigger.
Probably. Conference would be deeper, though, that he's going to.
Yep.
Got to beat a lot more teams if you're in Gainesville than if you're in Happy Valley. So.
Just saying.
If you're just joining us earlier in the show, I said if I was Scott Strickland, by the way, I'm coming out today and announcing that Billy Napier is returning next year as head coach. Because we're going to lose our next 3 games with the walk-on quarterback from Yale. And we are. It's Texas, LSU, and Ole Miss. We're losing. So then we're going to be 4-7. At best, we're going to go 5-7 this year. And I'm not losing momentum with the program, okay? Even if our record's not going to be better this year, we've clearly played better. We nearly beat Tennessee. We took Georgia to the end. Hell, if we had our starting quarterback, I think we beat Georgia, okay? I'm not getting rid of Napier. That's what I'm saying if I'm Scott Strickland. Because, Mark, you've touched on one of the top 2 phone calls. You'll be calling James Franklin, who after Saturday is like saying to his agent, yes, if
Get me out of here.
Yeah, if people call, let me know what the offers are. I'm open to suggestion. Mm-hmm. Hey, speaking of coaches, did you see the handshake between Golish and Tom Herman at the end of the South Florida FAU game on Friday?
I did not. It was a little late for me.
We missed this last year. So apparently FAU routed South Florida the last time they played last year. And late in the game, FAU ran an onside kick. So Golish late scores to go up 44-21 and goes for 2. They didn't convert it. Well, the TV analyst was all over it. When the play-by-play guy asked him why did he go for 2, and the analyst said because he couldn't go for 3. So the analyst knew the story. So the game's over, and Golish is walking right to the camera. He's walking to midfield, and Herman's walking towards him. And Golish doesn't slow down at all. He sticks his arm out there, gives him the hard, aggressive handshake, is not even looking at him, is looking off at 10 o'clock. Just the arm shakes hands with him, and he keeps moving. And Herman is chasing him, and Golish dismisses him. Golish goes, I'm done with you. And he did. He gave him the hand wave like, get out of here, fly. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's awesome. Finally, like the 2 troopers had to stop Herman, kind of like, hey, man, it's over. You got your butt kicked and you got dissed. Deal with it. It's awesome. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I know Yinzer Herman was following him, and Golish paid him no attention. He's patting FAU players on the shoulder pads. Good game. Way to go. Why did he go for 2? Because he couldn't go for 3.
That's great that the announcer knew it.
Yep. And I missed that last year. I did not realize that FAU up big had an onside kick on South Florida last year.
If the phones ever work again, RCB.
Yeah. We can only have guests via computer links. And right now, South Florida not willing to do that. So, no, apparently for whatever reason, the phone system's tied to some place on Fort Myers Beach that got damaged in the hurricane. I don't know. Not our studio. Well, the Sirianni go for 2 thing is absurd. But I got to be honest. I didn't like, I'm more conservative with that. Like Peterson went for 2 both times and converted them both. I would not have gone for 2 the first time. I would have the second time to cut it to 8. So, or cut it to 7, actually. I do not think Max Crosby is getting traded. The owner has come out and said he's not getting traded.
No, they're getting the guy from the talk is they're getting the guy from the Browns.
Right, Zadarius Smith. I did too, Logic Man. Yeah, Dabo's math was off. That was ridiculous.
You got any juicy Monday night stats over there?
Oh, wow. That's right.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So, Monday Night Football tonight. We've only glossed over it a couple times. Bucks know that, they're in a bad spot. Green Bay right now is the 7th seed. They're 6-3. And Atlanta's beaten them twice and won yesterday. And if they lose tonight, they're 2 games behind the Falcons? And really 3 because they lose the tiebreaker? So, I mean, this is a game they'd really like to win. And the problem is they're playing the Chiefs at Arrowhead. Oh, boy. And they're playing them shorthanded. Oh, boy.
9's the number. 46 is your over-under.
Baker Mayfield's had 4 straight games of 3 or more touchdowns. They're probably going to be one-dimensional because very few teams run on the Chiefs. And their running games average at best. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's incredibly fair. You don't run on the Chiefs, period. And I don't see Bucky Irving getting it done, if you know what I mean.
So if they're going to win, Baker's going to have to be really good. And they're going to have to throw it probably all over the lot. That might be okay at times, but does anybody think that's going to work over 3 hours? And aren't the Chiefs a little too good defensively to just, I mean, how many teams you think can just show up at Arrowhead and throw the ball 40 times and beat the Chiefs?
It's not just that, David. It's that is really and truly Kansas City's offense has been bad to average.
Yeah. Yep.
But Tampa Bay's defense is one of the worst in the league. They can't stop anybody. And do you all of a sudden think that the Tampa Bay defense is going to come out and be dominant tonight to keep them in a game against Kansas City's defense? That's where I worry. They don't have a pass rush. So that gives Mahomes all kinds of time. I just, defensively, Tampa Bay's a mess right now, David.
Now, you were all on Dallas yesterday because at the beginning of the week.
Because I'm stupid.
Well,
I mean, let's just get right down to it. I put good money on a bad team because they were desperate. What a dumb idea that was.
But it's not just that. Yes, right now they're a bad team. They did play desperate. They played really hard. They suffered 2 significant injuries during the game to arguably their 2 best healthy players in Dak and CD because Micah Parsons was out. But that's the other thing. Dallas entered the game desperate but shorthanded. 2 of their 3 best defensive players couldn't play. And they entered with no running game whatsoever. And really their passing game consists of 1 guy. I mean, upon further review, that was not a good bet.
No.
No matter how hard and desperate they were going to play, it was a bad matchup yesterday for Dallas. And I kind of feel the same way for Tampa tonight. I think they're going to play very hard. I mean, they can do the math. They know Green Bay's the 7th seed. They're 6-3. Atlanta is 2 games ahead of them if they lose tonight, and they own the tiebreaker against them. But, Mark, if they went into Arrowhead with Evans and Godwin, okay. Now I think if they're going to be one-dimensional, they at least have a puncher's chance. But defensively, they're banged up, and they're not stopping anybody. And offensively, they're completely one-dimensional without their best dimensions of the one dimension. I mean, if Tampa Bay were to beat the 7-0 Chiefs tonight, this would have to go down as one of the 3 best wins of the year, probably in the league.
Do you see any formula whatsoever for Tampa to win the game?
Yeah, +2 in turnovers. It's the great equalizer. It's to me their only shot. And Baker, who's had 3 consecutive games of multiple turnovers, it'd be awesome if he played a turnover-free game. I think that's asking a little too much if he only had 1 turnover tonight. Tampa Bay has to win the turnover battle 3-1, I think, to have a shot tonight.
They've got to have their screen game working perfectly. They're going to have Otten go 7 for 90. Something along those lines. I mean, they just don't have the horses for the game.
Now, I'll say this. Tampa, the last 2 weeks, they've really altered their attack on offense. Less balls to the wide receivers, many more passes to the running backs and tight ends. I'm not tremendously sold on the Chiefs linebackers. In a way, Mark, it might be the unit to attack. And how do you attack linebackers, but with running backs and tight ends? I actually think that's the approach for Tampa, to try to isolate the linebackers and go after them. It might be the only matchups you can truly win. Because I think the Chiefs' corners are better than the Bucks' two best receivers tonight. Okay, I think the Chiefs safeties can cover Otten, but those two backs coming out of the backfield could be a problem for Kansas City. And if nothing else, maybe it forces Spags to play more zone, which could open things up for the wide receivers to find some spots and make some plays. That to me is, Gary Danielson always talks about finding a pressure point. It's the only matchup that I look at, Mark, and go, maybe they can attack the Chiefs linebackers.
But on the other side of the ball, Tampa's got to get stops, and it's something they've really been unable to do against anyone. If there was ever a night for Mahomes to get things right, tonight's the night.
The other thing is, you really do not want to blitz him. Bucks love to live and die with the blitz. Mahomes' numbers against the blitz are elite. So, you force them into 3rd and 6. The numbers say don't blitz them. But then again, if you don't blitz them, you're probably not going to get near them. So that's the other thing, Mark. How are they going to get pressure on Mahomes? They're probably going to have to blitz to do it. To me, tonight's a bit of a high wire act for the Bucks. If they can find that one matchup on offense and exploit it in the first half, great. If maybe coming after Mahomes, they force. Mahomes has as many interceptions as Baker. It has not been a clean offense for Kansas City. I actually think I've got to roll the dice if I'm Tampa, Mark, and I've got to go after Mahomes. Otherwise, it's just going to be slow death.
But the other side of it is that they don't really allow much against the run, so you've got to come out trying to throw the football.
Correct.
And beat them in a shootout and beat them in a game where you're going to score 30 points. And high 20s, right. 27, 28 points for Tampa. I have trouble seeing them get to that number.
Yeah, I don't think there's any safety net for Tampa tonight. They've got to throw it 35 plus times, and they have to be very aggressive defensively. And it could keep them in it for a long time. And it could produce some big plays that maybe even give them a lead. And they could also get blown out tonight.
Tough spot on the schedule for the Bucks. Chiefs this week, Niners next. Can they figure out a way to get just one and keep themselves alive in the playoff race? The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap. It's how we finish things here on Miller and Moulton.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Well, covering the spread is one thing. Winning is quite another.
Well, but I wouldn't go that far about DJ, but yes, if he gets fired, DJ will leave, and then I don't think Blake Snell pitches for the Yankees unless they lose Juan Soto. My question is Garrett Cole going to pitch for the Yankees? Since Garrett Cole just opted out, and apparently the only way to keep him is to offer him a 5th year at $36 million. And if I'm the Yankees, I am not keeping Garrett Cole. So I'm going to get him at ages 35 through 39 at $36 million a year. No, I don't think so. It's bad enough I was on the hook for 4 more years at 36. I'd look right at him and go, "You overplayed your hand, dude. I mean, I'll bring you back, but it ain't at 36. No way. Not doing it. You made 17 starts last year." I'll take your money and give it to Soto. Nope, not doing it. J09's a big number. It is. I mean,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. And they'll be joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. American Paint Supplies, proud sponsor of Miller and Moulton, and we are very grateful to all of our sponsors. Thank you so much for allowing us to continue to do this.
And we'd love to have a few more of you.
Yeah.
We could always use a few more.
We'll make room. We'll make you some money. Okay.
I got a little nervous there, David. I won't say I pitched a perfect game on the board, but every once in a while, and Trent and I discussed this when he filled in for you when you had your surgery, that you come out of the break talking. And sometimes I'm lollygagging over here. I'm just listening to the music coming out of the break or whatever the case may be, and I don't hit your microphone button on right away.
Okay.
I catch you a half a second late, and you're 22 minutes past the hour, and I don't know what was said before then, and I don't much care, but I got you on. And that last break, I went, oh, but you took your own pause.
I paused.
And that was a good thing.
Little Jim Rome pause at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
good deal.
It gets me nervous every once in a while around here. I got to stay on my toes.
So it pitched a perfect game today so far?
I mean, for the buttons, we've hit the buttons at the right time, but the starting five, I didn't have a button press, so you didn't hear it. Mondays are difficult because whoever comes in on the weekend, they're running a lot of games on this board.
Right.
So there's different things going on. And yeah, you got to have the setup right on a Monday morning.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1845. The first nationally observed uniform election day in the United States, the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November.
Nice.
James Buchanan elected our 15th president today in 1856. Grover Cleveland in 1884. Calvin Coolidge in 1924. We won the Ryder Cup today in 51 at Pinehurst. Whooping Great Britain, 9.5, 2.5. Sam Snead was your playing captain for the U.S.
Man, that's a lot less matches than we have now. That's half the matches that we have now.
Yeah. Eisenhower beat Stevenson today in 1952.
Well, good, because he beat him again in 56.
The Philadelphia A's moved to Kansas City today in 1954. Today in 1979, 500 Iranian students loyal to the Ayatollah seized the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 90 hostages for 444 days.
And I'm joking here, folks. I'm joking. Okay, don't anybody get bent out of shape. And it led to Nightline.
Yes, it did. Today in 80, Ronald Reagan is elected president, defeating Jimmy Carter.
Because of what happened on the day the year before.
Right. Today in 87, the NBA announces 4 new franchises, Charlotte and Miami for 1988, Minneapolis and Orlando for 1989. Arizona beats the Yankees in Game 7 to win the 2001 World Series. Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling are the co-MVPs.
Maybe the greatest 20 seconds that an analyst ever had. When the Yankees brought the infield in and McCarver said to Joe Buck, Joe, Rivera's cutter saws off a lot of bats, and a ball that might only make it to the outfield would be an out, but with the infield in, won't be. And on the next pitch, Luis Gonzalez's fister literally barely makes it to the grass to score the winning run.
Barack Obama becomes the first African American to be elected president of the U.S., winning today in 2008. And the Yankees beat the Phillies in Game 6 at Yankee Stadium to win their 27th title today in 2009.
And when will they win their 28th?
This is the burning question that we all want to know the answer to, David.
Garrett Cole has opted out. Soto's a free agent. The empire is crumbling, Mark.
Walter Cronkite would have celebrated a birthday today, and how happy he'd be to be alive with what's going on.
And that's the way it was.
Loretta Swit from MASH is 87 years old today.
Just
Hot
don't-
lips.
Just don't bring MASH up when you talk to her unless she's in the right mood.
Ralph Macchio, the Karate Kid, is 63. Matthew McConaughey is 55. Vince Wilfork is 53. Devin Hester, 42. And Des Bryant is 36 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Rabin got assassinated today in Israel in 95. Dances with Wolves premiered today in 90. What else we got? We discovered King Tut's tomb today in 22. Man, I remember when they brought that exhibit to New York and it was such a big thing. I have to admit, I was like, really? Were that fascinated by what was in the tomb? But people were, man. They flocked to it in droves. Hey,
Good song.
what?
Good song.
You know what's funny is how quickly politicians, parties, and states can go from being liberal to conservative and back. You know, it was 16 years ago that California passed a proposition banning same-sex marriage. They didn't say it was legal, they banned it. Okay, right. The most liberal state in the union, if you will. Right. And so it's just funny how this works. All states and parties have this sort of thing. It's just, anyway, that's California also, after a 10-year ban of boxing, legalized it 100 years ago today.
Think about that. Boxing was banned in California over 100 years ago.
Right. And they reinstated it today after a 10-year ban. Remember, in the 20s, boxing was huge in America.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Disappointed in what the different news agency had for me on a Monday. But the good is a guy in Missouri forgot his lunch. His wife called him, told him he forgot his lunch.
Okay.
So he stopped at the grocery store to get something to eat. That's where a $30 millionaire buck scratch-off caught his eye. So not only did he get lunch, he won $3 million. His wife didn't believe him, by the way. Called her back to tell her he won $3 million. She didn't buy any of it.
What does she think? She's getting punked? I mean, what husband would call his wife and say we just won $3 million as a joke?
He says he likes to play jokes. Took a little convincing for her to believe him.
Plus, not only that, 3 is not the number that you would normally come up with, right? 1,
Right.
5,
$1 million.
10.
Right. For the bad, we go to Tampa and what could have been awful. A Tampa mom said Halloween got off to a little bit of a scary start after her young toddler was stuck in her Tesla for nearly 2 hours after the vehicle's doors locked unexpectedly.
Uh-oh.
Dakota Knox said she strapped her 18-month-old daughter into her car seat right after she shut the back passenger door
Her husband tried to open the driver's door, and he's like, the door won't open. The door won't open. They used the app. The handle wouldn't work. Tesla, of course, said they'd send someone out in the afternoon. So she ended up having to call Tampa police, who showed up and were able to get the child out of the car. Finally, the ugly, we go to Dublin, where an AI-generated Pakistani-based website threw out a rumor that there was a big Halloween parade going on. Thousands of people showed up in Dublin for the Halloween parade that was completely a hoax. They falsely promoted a parade that had been happening since 2013 that stopped during the COVID pandemic. Crowds swelled into the thousands for a parade that did not happen.
Wow.
Little AI trickery. That's what we get, folks. And that's the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, November 4th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, capecops.com. Still hiring new officers, still offering the $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. Go to capecops.com for more information.
So when you call the Cape Coral Police to sick them on AI, who do they arrest? I want to file a complaint. I want to charge AI with fraud. What do they do? Where do they serve that subpoena or papers or what have you? I mean, it's another thing that bothers me about this. I mean, come on. AI. What am I going to do? Send the Cape Coral Police after Allen Iverson? I mean, come on.
He's to blame for most of it.
That's not right. It's just not right. So the NBA takes Election Day off. All right? They want you to go vote. So that means every team in the league plays tonight in the NBA. All 30 of them. Heat are hosting Sacramento. Magic are at OKC. Thunder are still unbeaten, you know. They're 6-0. So none of the games are nationally televised unless, you know, you consider NBA TV nationally televised. I will say Cleveland's also undefeated, 7-0. They're hosting the 1-5 Milwaukee Bucks. The rumors about Giannis wanting out are starting to get loud.
And you know where he wants to go? Miami.
Who doesn't? By the way, you know who doesn't have any assets worthwhile to send to Milwaukee?
Miami.
There you go, Mark. There you go. College basketball is underway tonight. There's a lot of good games. I mean, if you're into college hoop, you know, this sport schedule's in November, man. By the way, really good little game tonight. UCF's playing Texas A&M, who's the top 15 team in the country. It's a hell of a season opener for both. It's an SEC Big 12 matchup. Good for them. Duke's on ACC Network against Maine, if you want to see Cooper Flag. You know, you've got Kansas, number one team in the country. You know, Houston, Iowa State, they're all in the Alabama's number 2 in the country, by the way. This is the world we're living in today. Indiana's undefeated in football, and the Alabama basketball team is seated higher than the football team. Florida hosting South Florida in Jacksonville, 8:30 tonight, SEC Network. Emotional game for South Florida after the tragic death of their coach. Florida ranked to begin the year. Locally in Jacksonville, both JU and North Florida are in action tonight. And FGCU on the road in Greensboro, North Carolina, against UNC Greensboro to open up a very important year 3 for Patrick Chambers. Monday Night Football tonight. So would you lay the 9?
I think I would because of how bad Tampa's defense has been playing. And the fact that favorites have done really well so far this week. Home teams have done really well so far this week. I say the trend continues.
By the way, you want to play the Bucks on the money line, you can get paid tonight. They're plus 340 on the money line. That's pretty big for an NFL team on the money line. Just saying. So I worry about the backdoor cover. I got to be honest. If the Bucks are down 14 late, just like last week, the Raiders down 14 late had a backdoor cover against the Chiefs. Similar line, it was 9, and Chiefs only won by 7. I'm worried about the same thing. I got to be honest, Mark. That would concern me most. Up 14 late, playing the prevent, and Baker and company score a touchdown with 40 seconds to go to lose by 7. But I understand where you're going there.
Hey, don't listen to me. I had an O for week. If I'm saying take Kansas City, put money on the other team. That's the easiest thing to do ever.
You're due.
Unbelievable.
Due.
Never making a pick before Friday morning again on this show. Had 2 picks on Thursday. Felt good about Thursday early in the day.
I know.
But
You
during the
announced
show Thursday, I'm writing them down.
You know what the problem was? You announced it publicly. You keep it all on the inside. If you had kept it to yourself, but you announced on Thursday, you have 2 picks already lined up. You feel so good about them. You knew you were just messing with the betting gods.
And they struck.
Did they ever?
Struck, boy, with a vengeance. Miller and Moulton, Pat Kerwin, David Sampson on the show tomorrow. Miss any of the show, millerandmoulton.com. That's where you get it. Have a great rest of your Monday. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 6 a.m.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Tacori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.